Let's go.
Media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music, getting the daily DeOrganized live stream going, bringing you all of the news and information and what's going on in the Bitcoin, Stacks, and broader crypto community. I am Peace Love Music. I love you all. I really do. I love the opportunity to do this. Got some lint on my shirt. It's terrible. Should never have lint on my shirt. I got to do better. Trying to do better, my friends. It is Monday. Another week. The weekend flew by for me. I had some real estate stuff I had to handle. Shout out to my beloved New England Patriots, by the way. Drake May won his first playoff game and his first playoff appearance. We are very happy with our young quarterback, our new coach, and a really solid team. For those that don't know, I'm a huge Patriots fan, coming from the New England, born and raised in New England. Very, very fortunate fan base for where we are. Lots going on. For a friendly reminder, we are giving away 200 STX for the month of January. That contest is running now. You just have to go to the pin post. I've already pinned the post for today's live stream. You go to the pin post and you answer today's question. And today's question is, what's the single most important thing you're watching in Bitcoin this week? What are you looking for from Bitcoin this week? Let us know in the comments and the replies under the pin post. That's all you have to do, and you're entered. Reminder, Fridays are double entries, and we're doing the structure a little bit different this month. We're going to actually give 100 STX to a random winner out of all of the entrants. We're going to pick one. But then we're also going to split the other 100 STX between the top performers, those that respond the most, that have the most entries. And your Friday entries count as double entries. So you want to make sure that you're entering daily. Make sure definitely you get in on the Friday entry. Today's entries are live. The post is pinned at the top. The question is in the comments. So you have no excuse for not to participate. We actually make sure that is there. Okay, so we got the question there. I'm actually going to drop the link in the primer post so that everybody has it. We have a regular show today. We got the news coming on at 8:30 after the whatever morning space that starts at 8 a.m. That's the way to get your vibes going. We will have Find2Earn rounds with the Game Master at 9:30. After the Chads come on and chat with me at around 9. We're really excited for tomorrow. We actually have Tycho from Zest Protocol and Stacking DAO coming on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to chat with us before we take coverage of the Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar that's at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So big day tomorrow. Lots going on in the space today. It is Monday. Get caught up. Get back to the grindstone. Make it an awesome day. And we're going to leave you guys with the segment. I actually had Boom Wallet on late last week. I haven't clipped out the segment yet, but we had them on just before Christmas too. So I'm going to play that segment for you guys to catch up on what's going on with Boom. Some launch coming soon from what I understand. Happy Monday, and catch you on the live stream throughout the day. Drop any comments, by the way, if there's anything you need, anything we can do for you. And shout out P Lord in the house. Good morning, my brother. Stacks Africa in the house. What's up? What's up? Stacks Africa. Great project there. P Lord. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Dee in the house as well. Good morning, my friends. It's a great day. Let's go get it.
From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back.
What is up, my friends? I am excited about this one. We got Dan and Resh joining us from Boom, friends of the show and builders in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And today we're spotlighting Boom Wallet as they gear up for launch. Boom is a non-custodial Bitcoin payment wallet built on Stacks with SBTC support. And the core idea is simple but powerful. Make Bitcoin payments feel as easy as sending a message. Instead of wallets being complicated tools only power users love, Boom is focused on real-world usage, everyday payments, merchants, peer-to-peer transfers without giving up self-custody and security. The timing could not be better. So let's dig into why they're building this, who it's for, and what people should expect as Boom gets ready to go live, fully live. And we have Dan Trevino and Suresh Singh in the house. How are you, my friends? Are you guys doing well? I hope you're catching a break for the holiday season we're dropping into. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Likewise. It's 4 p.m. here in England. It's getting dark, miserable weather.
Oh, well, that's not too bad then.
Yeah. Miserable is the word sunny for UK.
Well, isn't that kind of just common for the UK?
Yeah, it is. Well, pretty much.
Yeah. No, but you know what, though? Actually, I think you guys know Jamie Fletcher from the dog pool coin and all the cool stuff he's probably.
Yeah.
He comes on periodically, and there was one day where he was talking about it being a sunny day, and I was surprised because I didn't think you guys actually had any of those ever. So it does happen, though, I guess, from time to time.
We have good summers to win us. We have decent summers. I think Jamie's based in Bristol, down south. Yeah,
I think you're correct. I'm not positive about that, but so it varies, like the U.S. to some degree. The further north you get, it's a little cooler.
Yeah, I think the only comparison I have, to be honest, I have told is actually the same. Is Seattle's weather is very similar to UK weather, so that's a comparison I can give people. Anyway, so let's kick off.
Yeah. Let's. So, Dan, you've been working on Boom for quite a while. In its current iteration, I want to say for probably about a year, with what or maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's been about a year since we've been kind of quietly waiting, seeing this develop, to see what's coming on it. And it's a use case we really need more of in the ecosystem. So tell us a little bit about. For those that aren't aware, because I'm quite familiar, which is uncommon for me. I like to actually do these when I know less about the project, so I have more curiosity behind my questions. So why don't you give us a little bit of a background? What is Boom for? What are you building Boom for?
How much background do you want? I can tell you where we started back at the Stacks launch date.
Whatever you think is important for people to know about the project.
Okay. Well, we launched with the Stacks mainnet launch back in 2021 with Boom as a web wallet at the time and an NFT platform. We were the first NFT platform. We have the first NFTs minted on the Stacks network, and we ran that
You guys
for,
first NFT mint?
as far as I know, yeah. I think Frieger, who I'm sure you know of, has kind of verified that for us. We didn't see any other NFT mint contract or clarity calls before that. So we did that for a while. I got recruited into a Bitcoin startup, and so Boom kind of languished for a while. I left the Bitcoin startup in February, was it last year? 2024, February 2024, and went back to Boom, really. At the time, they were starting to talk about SBTC and the Nakamoto upgrade. And I really saw that. I saw SBTC with the faster speeds on Stacks that were going to be coming down the road, which I guess didn't show up until like September or so of 24.
Nakamoto was November.
November. There you go. So we were, I think, initially promised that in July, and so we started building. I saw
April. It was
April.
supposed to launch in April, right around the halving.
Maybe July was one of the intermediate.
That might have been one of the first target, like the target extension was July. I think you're right.
But anyway, so earlier in the year, I saw SBTC and the promise of a faster Stacks network, and I was looking around and I thought we really have an opportunity to be a better Lightning than Lightning here. With SBTC, one-to-one peg, with clarity, with the full decentralization of a Stacks network versus kind of centralized nodes in Lightning, I thought this is a better opportunity. So we started targeting like building out a payments system, kind of more like Cash App, more like Venmo for those of you who are familiar with those, strictly kind of focused on simplifying payments. And we started building that out until, Resh, was it like September, October when we started pivoting of the end of last year, maybe November?
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also more on Nostr, and so Nostr was actually making some good headway in the same direction. But my concern was really about trying to put Stacks activity onto Nostr. Nostr has decentralized relays. It's very cool. I love the tech and I love where they're going. But I think there's still like the opportunity there to censor different note types. Like you have to specify types of notes that when you're sending them onto these relays, and some of that can be reused. But the way I was looking at potentially using Nostr, I was like, we were going to have some of our own custom note types, and whether those got picked up by the relay nodes to actually move forward. Whether they were actually supported, because different relays can support different types of notes at their will, was an open question. And so I thought it's better if we just kind of take this into our own hands rather than relying on a network that may or may not be open to a different use case. So we pivoted more into building Boom as the social wallet that we wanted, based on a Stacks L2, based on Clarity and SBTC. Because I thought that's where like our largest feature set really could come from. The largest capability set could come from those things. And so from that time, we've been building out what is essentially 3 apps, which I know people are going to beat me over the head over for. But we're building a wallet, we're building a marketplace, we're building a chat app, and then of course all the infrastructure to support those different things. So your comment about us taking a while, we could have probably kind of shortened our. I know that wasn't a criticism. I know it's just like it's the reality. We could have probably shrank our feature set a little bit and done this quicker, but we've kind of built it incrementally, and I really wanted to make something that's going to be different from what every other wallet out there is. And actually, we kind of pivoted away from just calling it Boom Wallet, which is just Boom. The app, the wallet is more focused on doing, kind of being in the background and supporting what you want to do, rather than being a kind of first class citizen in the, or first class app in itself. Similar to, you go to Amazon, you don't have your wallet up front, right? Your wallet just comes in when you want to make a payment.
The marketplace is what's up front that people are interacting with.
Exactly. Right. And so we're trying to get that kind of, bring that kind of experience into Stacks Web3, Bitcoin Layer 2s, again, with the idea that SBTC is the right play for this, and that Stacks' faster network is really going to be a key enabler. And we've seen that so far. And so that's where we are. We're still kind of finishing up some pieces today, but we're pretty close on completing that whole 3-app journey, bundle journey.
Just want to add to what Dan shared there. I think what you stated is quite fair criticism or feedback in terms of been taken a while, because we were supposed to be done middle of last year or towards September, October. But what we have found in every iterations we have done, or Dan has done, is that once you build to a certain level, you say, oh, there's limitation at this part. We need to address this part. So anybody who says that, this can be easily, I can launch in 3 months, welcome to try it. I promise you, I assure you.
Yeah, listen, I certainly didn't mean it as criticism.
No. We didn't take it that way at all.
Totally understand. Our website is still, we understand. We're definitely trying to build stuff out, and we're not as we're less far along in the last year than you guys are, and we've so it's. I totally understand, and honestly, you're better off taking your time and putting out a good functioning product that is what you want. And rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's this whole lean startup thing. Like you can argue this both ways, but it is what it is. I have certain feelings about what I want to release, just me personally, and that gets in the way of some of it sometimes, because I'm like, I don't really like this chat. I want to redo the chat now, or which Rich gets frustrated with. But
so, I mean, if I were, and you guys are, I know you've been cranking, and you're towards the finish line of getting to market. I've already played around with the app in the background. Very cool. I know that there's obviously, you're still in like a beta function, trying to work out some kinks, but it's very functional, very, very much. The roadmap is clearly there, and it's only a matter of time. But you also want to make sure, so you mentioned the 3 components. There's the wallet, which is fundamental infrastructure for any application on chain, on any chain.
Quite honestly, the easiest part of this whole thing.
Right, but the social part of it is more important than, because a wallet is a wallet, but what you can do with it is important, and the chat functionality and the marketplace functionality both make it a more engaging application than just a wallet. And those are the features that I want to play with. I have a wallet. I have a number of wallets. It's not just another wallet. That's not what Boom is. And I actually am glad you guys aren't really, I try to refer to it as Boom or Boom.money, because I realize that while there is a wallet layer, that's not what this is really for. It's about the economy that it's, and the necessary components of having it actual exchange happening.
At a deeper level, even kind of below that, it's about the community, right?
Right.
Like my vision, when I think about the best part of, or the best version of this, is a bazaar where people are interacting with each other, people are buying and selling, but there's a community formed around Bitcoin, and getting that economy moving, right? So you'll be able to buy locally with Bitcoin, you'll be able to buy remotely with Bitcoin very easily without having to go through 2 different places to do those different things with a community that you may not know, right? You're stepping out to existing Lightning or Bitcoin shops right now, and that might be fine. There's some great ones, but we're trying to kind of pull that together and kind of create a community that is interested in building a Bitcoin economy, and that's kind of at the lowest level. That's what it's about.
And it's important, there's a lot of creators, our model is more creator content focused, but content creators are looking for commerce for their content. That's the goal of creating the content, is either to get attention for other stuff you're selling or to specifically be selling the content, or both, monetizing the stuff you're creating. And there's not really a really good central place to do that right now. And Resh had actually asked me the other day about whether we were interested in setting up a smart shop on Boom, and 1000% we are. We don't have a merch store yet for DeOrganized, and it's something people have been telling me we should do. And I don't disagree. It's just it's a bandwidth issue. That's the same. A year ago I should have been putting out a merch shop. I'd have some T-shirts out there in the marketplace where free branding and people pay, and some revenue streams. But this is actually going to be a catalyst for me to get off my butt, get some merch together, figure out how we're going to create a merch store, put it in Boom, and then get that on our website and be able to distribute that. That's something we can then market on our platforms and get some exposure. And Boom's going to help facilitate that, where we can, there are plenty of Web 2 opportunities out there right now, but I really want to see, and I think that not that this is necessarily going to be built into V1 right now, or the current version of Boom, but soon with my vision, what I hope to see relatively soon is people that don't even have a crypto wallet yet are getting exposed to what we're doing. They go into one of our channels, one of our apps, something we're doing that onboards them to create a wallet through Boom. They now have a wallet. They now have their account. They're going into our smart shop. They don't even really know they have a wallet. They just set up an account.
Exactly.
They might have a passkey or something. They might not even have a passkey. It might even just be connected to their social media account, their whatever. And then they actually facilitate a transaction where they're just using their regular debit card, credit card. It on-ramps into crypto, abstractively, where they don't even know it. We're getting paid in crypto, either USDC on Stacks or SBTC or STX, whatever we choose, because we can program that on the back end. The user doesn't ever even have to experience it. And we're selling some merchandise. We're getting the crypto. They're engaging in the crypto economy and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that's kind of lost sometimes when there's been a lot of hype recently about passkeys, and I've been one of the people who's been kind of poo-pooing passkeys, not because I think it's a bad idea, but I think that onboarding to a wallet is effectively useless if you've got nothing to do with it, right? Like, I can create a wallet and I can get you into a wallet with a passkey in a few seconds, but what are you going to do next? Right, you've got to have something to do with that wallet, and you don't even have crypto yet. You can't go get a username without Stacks. You can't go and do any DeFi. You can't do anything. Right? You've got a wallet with nothing in it. So my point is not necessarily against passkey, but that we need to focus on the larger picture, which is one of our key metrics is time to first transaction, right? And I want to have you doing your first transaction within 30 seconds.
Right.
So you're right. You shouldn't have to know about your Bitcoin address and
you shouldn't have to know
any of that stuff.
Literally just be. It really should be. I'm giving you my credit card information. You're taking my cash, putting it into a crypto account for me. My basically my wallet is my account, right?
Right.
And my
Right.
user account. And so that user account, though, can be composable into other apps once it exists on chain.
Right. Yeah.
And
so
my ability to log into it can
that's
be.
also part of it is when you're interacting, let's say with the Organized Media's Smart Shop, there's some value in the pseudonymity,
Pseudonymy.
yeah, whatever that is.
Pseudonymous?
Transactions, right? Like maybe you want to go buy a mug and you don't want anybody to know you bought a DeOrganized mug. But the reality is you're going to have to ship a mug to somebody. And so there's going to have to be shipping information potentially and some identifier that makes sense to a delivery organization, whether it's like UPS or like the USPS. And they have different rules about what names you can use and what names you cannot use, right? We've kind of found this out over time. I think Resh brought this to our attention. And so we are, one of the things we're doing during our onboarding is everybody gets a name. A name is basically key to the platform and it's free. So we're not onboarding you to a wallet and then saying, here's some stacks, go buy a name. We're giving you a name at the beginning. It's free, it's fast, and that way when somebody goes to buy a mug, you know that you're dealing with dan.boom.btc or resh.boom.btc, right? And that also kind of feeds into trust building over time, right? You can see like dan.boom.btc has never returned merchandise or whatever like that, or never had issues with sellers. Or you can see that DeOrganized Media has fulfilled 100% of their shipping issues and nobody has ever complained about them, right? And everybody rates them as 5-star. So those names also help you build trust over time. And that's kind of a key, right? Like I was telling Resh this a while back, one of the triggers for this whole thing about the social piece of it was the realization that money is social, right? Like that's not a realization to a lot of people, but it's a realization that I had while I was at my in-laws' place in India, right? And there in the community, within the community, my in-laws can go down the street without cash, without money, go to a shop and say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z. They can get a short-term kind of pass, right? On okay, we know you're going to pay later, but that trust exists because there's a community that knows each other, right?
It's social credit, not in the Orwellian way, but in the actual like how it exists in real life way.
I know you, and so I can do this for you, right? I know that you live down the street, and I know that you've always paid me back within a day or two, and so this whole need for names and identifiers, I think, feeds into that social credit. And I think it's key to kind of helping us build out the economy this way.
100%. Do you see? So you bring up a point that I hadn't considered coming into this conversation, but privacy is a thing, and it is becoming more present, an issue to solve. Like I saw something, I can't remember the details of I think I saw it on X. Someone was posting about how they had paid someone $30 in USDC, and then that person was asking them about like how much money they have, because it was they could see how much money they had in that wallet, and if it's not that hard to actually trace back to other wallets that person may control and see all of their financial or a significant amount of financial information that they might not want to share, just to send somebody $30, in a payment. So do you guys see a lot of people talking about ZK rollups or rollups, and my understanding as a layman without any technical real knowledge on how it works is that it's complex. It's there. It could be the solution, but it's not probably a short-term solution. It's probably going to be something that takes a little bit of time and effort to develop out. Do you guys have you guys considered privacy?
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard because right now, and I'm not a ZK expert, but my understanding is that we're still lacking some of the primitives on stacks that would allow us to do zero knowledge proofs. That might be something that's coming in the future, and I think it's something that's going to be key to kind of future everyday living. Right? There's so much invasion of privacy today in your normal Android and iPhone apps already. Right? Like law enforcement is putting apps out there like add our law enforcement app, and low key, you know, in the background, they're basically getting access to everything you do, and they're scanning your pictures without you knowing, and they're watching your chats without you knowing, and all this other stuff. Privacy is going to be a key part of the future. Unfortunately, right now, we're just not ready for it. But it's definitely something we think about. It's something that we, to the extent that we can control, on the Boom platform, we try to do. One of the things about with the naming is you are putting a name out there and associating it with things, and that doesn't really do anything worse than an address, because you can look at an address, right, without a name or with a name. But what we're going to be doing also is allowing the creation of different names for your different wallets, so that you can kind of subdivide, keep your hot wallet. You might want to call it checking.peacelove, right? And you might have a savings.peacelove where you don't interact, you know, using that wallet. People would still be able to go and trace if you're sending stuff between the two wallets, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a name for those other sub wallets as well. Boom is really focused on being a hot wallet. We're really focused on those immediate transactions. Privacy is a thing that we think about, but it's something that we're kind of stuck with, kind of the pseudonymous architectures right now. And so on the back end, obviously we don't hold keys. Everything's encrypted on your own device. All the normal kind of wallet things that you would expect. We don't have access to your private keys. We don't have access to your funds or anything like that. That actually could be something as we go more into the privacy side, where we start doing a separate service where we're kind of sharding keys so that people can recover them more easily, things like that. But that's a completely different discussion.
Sure. Well, I mean, these tools aren't necessary to get off the ground either. Like, I don't want this to be like you guys are packing it up. Oh, we didn't solve privacy. We gotta.
Well, yeah, I think the issue is the chain privacy, right? Like right now, you can't go to Amazon and privately buy a skateboard, right?
Right, but when you buy a skateboard on Amazon,
your bank account isn't exposed.
Your bank account isn't exposed, so people can't steal. But there is actually, so there's a double-edged sword here, because there still are third parties that have access to your purchase data, and they're able to use it without your knowledge to a large degree.
Yeah, they may not have access to your account directly, but they see that this person buys $1,000 worth of Amazon products every month. They've already pegged you into an income bracket,
right?
Guaranteed, based on your Amazon purchases,
right,
and your searches and all that other stuff. So
right.
it's not directly visible, but like I said, that's really on the chain side. That's the chain security that really needs to be kind of secured,
right?
Privatized.
And it should be a user setting at some level, and I think that they are working on some of that stuff on stacks, and it's not a pressing issue. It's just something that it occurred to me while we were having this conversation, because it's a consideration for people, and it's something that we haven't really solved yet entirely, but the problem you guys are solving is for creators. And I didn't get a chance to introduce GP. I think you guys know him. You might have met GP once or twice. 300 as well. I think you guys might know the homie.
Hi, Rash. Hi, Dan.
What
Good
up,
to
fellas?
see you. What up? What up? What up? Finally. Finally. Boom!
We don't have to make any more mafia-oriented, threatening memes. Boom out there.
No more threats. We're good.
We are excited.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing to them too specifically here is because they're both prolific content creators. NFTs. They both launched NFT collections. They both create content all over the place. They both have communal followings in their own right. They're both contributors to what we do here, which we are also trying to grow our community. And you guys are providing some infrastructure solutions that are going to help both DeOrganized and individual projects like DeOrganized and individual creators get more organized and direct and standardize some creator economy opportunities with what you guys are building out. And I think that that's a huge need in the space because there's not really an obvious way to do that right now.
Yeah, I that's the hope, right? Like that's the goal is to kind of help people build their communities within the community. We want to make communication easy. We want to make it secure, and that way, when you have a store, you've got a built-in kind of community that's sort of onboarding that they can opt into actually continuing to interact with you beyond just a single purchase, right? And obviously all of the normal tools that exist out there for engagement based on memberships or based on NFTs or based on whatever, or subscription content, all of those things are available as well, in this place. So
just to add a few things, please, even the chat functionality that Dan was mentioning to you, this is maybe common knowledge, but when we're looking at it, when people write that BRN, for example, B00RN.BTC, for example. Now, if you look at it first glance, you'll just read it, oh, there's a boom, but it's actually not. So we actually had to think about it. Okay, how do you solve the simple issue of even visually, if you see a name, it stands out that, oh, this is not boom.btc, this is something else. So even that font and the design took us a while. Then Dan and I went back and forth. Then we came up with the solution in terms of, okay, use a certain type of font that immediately you see visually, like, oh, the separation. You literally got to be visually impaired. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. You literally have to be visually impaired to be able to not see this issue that, oh, the name is not what it is. So that's one thing. The one thing we've also was very important, I didn't pick Dan picked this up, was that you want your social life and your business life to be separate. So when you start your chat functionality as well, you'll have your personal chat functionality, like Trihana will have his personal identity. You can just chat with me and Dan. Then he might also have his own store. And for the store, there's separate chat functionality they can create as well. Now that creates two separations. For various reasons, I think it's easier and cleaner for business transactions to be there in one part and your personal life to be on one another side. So those small nitty-gritty stuff only came into trial and error as we were building this thing out. So yeah, so that's the one thing that was very important for us to figure all these elements out. The element you're talking about in terms of onboarding creators and all, that came about while we were building everything, came out to a later half of the year. Then I think when you're going back for how do you onboard people, NFT creators, music creators, we spoke to a number of music creators, to be honest. They shared a lot of issues they were having in terms of costing, in terms of what their margins has to be, how the challenges, the type of uploads they need to make. They would say it's going to be difficult relying on other platforms to accommodate this, and then we host it. And say, okay, we'll create our own NFT platform as well then, so that way users can straight go to Boom NFT, upload their own designs, music, if they're doing Web3 music, and their NFT artwork or poetry, whatever it might be, and then straight away launch into Boom Marketplace. So that's one thing very important for us. has to be a seamless experience, and that we believe over time is going to be really impactful. Of course, the platform also accommodates if people just want to upload digital digital goods. You could upload an MP3 music, for example, or MP4, depending on what a music file or whatever file size you're uploading. You can just
Non-copyright.
upload it. Not copy. Yes, that's very important. So if you are like 300 Suno musics, like amazing Suno musics,
I got a question.
that's his copyright.
I got.
What's up?
So for platform that is copyright or non-copyright.
I'm
We
not-
lost you a little bit, Hannah. We had a little bit of a.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I think that's better.
No,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm asking that. Is there any way that you can look into a song that is it copyrighted or video? Do you have like content ID where, because somebody can just take a song by somebody else, upload it on Boom? Do you have like an AI that detects that this song is already released on other platforms or this song belongs to somebody else?
That not in the first revision, to be honest. Like we're launching here on Stacks, and we're part of this is part of the whole trust and moderation of this marketplace is going to have to be built with the help of the users. Like we can put some things into place, but we don't really know what's needed and what's useful at this point. Quite honestly, that's not trying to ignore the problem. It's a matter of us wanting to put moderation and trust guardrails in place that actually make sense for the community. We've talked with obviously folks like Zero Authority, who are building their own trust platform, right? And to the extent that we can leverage what they're building, we've had a lot of discussions between us about data sharing and what kinds of things we can take from their platform, and I think that's an ongoing conversation. So it really we don't have that we're not going to have that at launch for sure, but it's something that we definitely are aware of, and we're hoping that what we can see is that folks will kind of flag content that they think is copyrighted or whatever shouldn't be there, and we can surface that information to the community.
Yeah, I think also that's where the community comes in, and you have like community people who looks into some of the stuff that's posted there, and sometimes you can pick that this song is already published somewhere elsewhere, and then that is when they send like a flag to you guys and say this song belongs to somebody else, or this is my work. Or you can just also maybe put a disclaimer that if you have any content that belongs to you that was uploaded by somebody else, please can you share with us, and maybe create a ticket so that you can look into it, so that also you won't have like these complications of lawsuits that people are uploading like copyrighted content on the platform.
I want to go back to Resh's point about like the confusing names and things like that. That's part of being a wallet without being a wallet. One of the things we're trying to do is be very intentional about typography that we're using in specific places, right? Like it's not just a heading and body text, content text, right? Like in a chat, you want to understand exactly what name you're dealing with or what stacks address you're dealing with potentially, and so trying to be very intentional about how we display usernames in various places on your own profile. When you're looking at your own profile, maybe it doesn't matter as much, right? But when you're looking at somebody else's profile, it does. And so how do we handle just the different contexts for different typography for different contexts? for the same data and things like that. So that's also part of, like I said, being a wallet without being a wallet. Like when we talk about these three different components, they're really all blended. It's three different applications effectively, but the way we're building this, it is not that you see something here and you go here to do X. You can interact with the marketplace in your chat. You can interact with your wallet in the marketplace, right? And the chat in your marketplace. And so all of these things are actually three kind of foundational layers, and they have to work together. And so wallet is really contextual, right? Your wallet is contextual within a chat, within a marketplace, within a game, whatever. So in that way, we have to be very intentional about like how we ask you to create a transaction, right? A game is going to ask, say, hey, if you want to keep playing, send 2 stacks or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Or maybe it's a pay-per-play game that you're doing some kind of like, I don't want to say gambling, but like some kind of pay-to-play game, right? So the way that we surface kind of payments in these different contexts matters, and so we're trying to be very intentional about those kinds of things. And it's one of the things that we have to be that kind of differentiates us from like just being an X First or a Leather Wallet or a Magic Eden kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, and it's all about creating good experiences for the user. And you have a couple of different users. You have the content creators and or whoever's actually providing the merch or the services that are in the shop. And then you have the customers for those as well. And
Right.
so, and then there's, we have a kind of similar model. We have content creators and we have audience / users / community. And then we also have sponsors, which I suspect you guys will have some kind of sponsorship model as well. You're going to have real estate, right? I don't know if you've considered that. But
You can go on Fastpool now.
Oh, are they a Fastpool is actually a sponsor for Boom?
No. Like they have their sponsored stacking thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can actually You can sponsor
Different projects.
You can sponsor projects to get your like stacking rewards from your or a percentage of stacking rewards from your stacking and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of cool things. We're at the precipice of a very, very interesting time in humanity, because there's so many technological tools out there. But
so the one thing, please, just want to add that at the present moment, if you look across the board, the experience of using Web3 shopping is not great.
Right.
If you use Lightning, you got to lock in your money your money is literally locked in the channel. You got to close. You got to make sure everything is there. Your towers.
You just meant there's so much friction just in knowing about
Really,
it.
yes.
Just in understanding what you just said it eliminates a huge percentage of any market.
Exactly. So one thing we wanted to say, like, if SBTC is going to be, it's amazing, and it's also going to go cross-chain. It's going to go to different networks. Adopting it now and making it into available on a marketplace really easy. And we have individuals like Cornell in Brazil who's developed his own product base, onboarding Latin America. If that works well, he can use the same approach across different geographical locations, and Boom becomes just seamless. Of course, we have the one we showed you piece was the desktop version, and there's also a mobile version. For shoppers, you want to be at Amazon. I don't remember the last time I was on a desktop when I shopped on Amazon, if I'm honest. I literally just sit on the sofa, I just scroll. But if I'm a seller, I want to be able to do it from a desktop, makes things easy to manage. So we are accommodating both sides of it, to be honest. Initially, everything was mobile. And then I sat down and said, like, pardon my language, is a pain in the ass if I got to manage everything on my mobile.
You can't program from a phone.
Yeah.
Just can't
So
do
that's
the
why
programming.
all the
Well,
elements.
and saying maybe you can. I don't know. But that's I have my eyes are old. I'm an old guy. I cannot like I won't get the bifocals yet. So I'm on my phone with my glasses up, and then I have to go back. And it's just I can't the dynamic interface is obviously a huge factor when you're trying to add items to your smart shop, write a description, and all of that stuff. Although the AI is actually making it a lot easier to do some stuff from your phone as well. But it's still, I understand your point though, Rash. You have two customers or two clients or two users, and they need different experiences. So there's a different experience for the content creator, the smart shop owner, etc., versus their average shopper that's just their audience, their community.
So please, I want to plug in terms of the benefits of using Boom NFT Marketplace, if that's okay. And this is literally a pitch, to be honest.
Whatever you want to do, man, is okay.
So if somebody wants to right now launch an NFT project, traditional NFT platforms, when you launch, you pay 10% of the fees.
Yes.
You mint, and then you get your product.
I hope GP is listening.
No, GP knows. GP, what's the name? Trihana, all the other individuals that we have directly worked with know this, because after getting a lot of feedback, 10% is very high for artists in general. So we said, okay.
It's not sustainable, actually.
It is not sustainable. You're right. Especially if Stacks goes into where we think it's going to go in the price as well. So we said, okay, what we can do is, because we also cover our overheads and everything, we say like, we'll just slash everything in terms by 50%. So you can mint at 5%, we'll only take 5%, and that's it. We don't take secondary sale prices, nothing. Then if they decide to purchase or mint an NFT, and the NFT does well, and they want to sell it on Boom Marketplace, we have to take into account not so much in terms of then that Coke can pop was damn loud.
Oh, I hope he wasn't. I thought at least I know he wasn't cocking a gun.
Yeah, that Coke and Dan is hand to hand. So the marketplace setting, what we are saying, that it has to be comparable to Web2 experience. Just having a premium because Web3 doesn't cut it. So we said, okay, we'll compare what's the best user experience right now on Web2, and we say like, okay, we'll take 2.9% secondary on anything that you sell on Boom smart shops. There is a cost of listing them at 1 STX, and that cost is not because we need the money. It's not that. It's that there's no way to stop spamming. So in order to stop spamming, there has to be a cost attached to the activity.
Right.
@CNL charges like 10 cents.
If there's no cost, you'll get overrun, and it'll just come up all the works. You have to have, and honestly, a 1 STX minting fee or a listing fee is not prohibitive, at least at the current price. And if Stacks does well, you can always adjust your fee.
Exactly. So those are the elements we have taken into account, and we believe that now economies where there's payment processing challenges, not so much in Western Europe and Northern America, Western Africa, Asia, having Stripe or platforms of that nature is really challenging, and they can take quite a big chunk. At least with individuals we have spoken to, up to 70% based on listing fees of various platforms they use and payment processing, they can actually only keep 30%. It's insane amount of payouts they do for what they actually earn.
And I'm glad you brought up the NFT launch, because I actually think that's a huge. It's much needed in the ecosystem. We need a competitive NFT marketplace and or just a place to go to launch NFTs. I love Gamma. I like the guys at Gamma. I'm not saying against Gamma. But I think that we do need options in the marketplace. It makes everybody better. It makes them put out a better product if they're still trying to get that market. But there is actually a lack of there's a lack of support for Stacks NFTs right now. And so that there's a huge need for that right now in the marketplace, a place to launch NFTs. I have a couple of NFT ideas, and I know that there's a lot of other people that do too. And
I think that's initially, you're right, piece. I think, sorry to interrupt there. What we have seen, what I've seen to be honest, Dan, for the right reason, seeing like NFTs trend tends to go down. I just been lucky while researching this, saw that the last from September to now, the actually trajectory on other chains, NFT has been booming. So I think just by osmosis or just by the theme, as we go into 2026, that could actually pick up on Stacks as well. We are breaking into Nigeria, for example, initial launch we are launching everywhere as soon as global. But the target market is Nigerians. We're working very closely with Blockleaf Labs. So individuals that onboarded from these economies, we believe will start, number one, something digital, which is a low lift for them, and they'll create and they'll push something out. We believe people who are in much more developed countries, and again, this is just a hypothesis that I have, that they want something to be able to retain more of their income and manage their own income tax on their own. So selling it on a platform and being able to accept cryptocurrency, like STX, USDCX, SBTC, and potentially then are we enabling a native Bitcoin from day one, or that comes
native Bitcoin.
Yeah. So then you see we got all these four abilities, so people can manage it straight from Boom. My personal opinion is people are trying to gravitate more to crypto economy based on how the governments are behaving currently. So that's where my pitch is. And I think if people just want to experiment, it's not going to cost you anything. Once you get a Boom wallet, you can easily just put one NFT up and you got a Boom shop. Literally, that is, you place a product for listing, you got a Boom shop straight away. So your experience is going to be seamless. You can be able to even use Boom chat functionality to chat between you and me, Peace, for example. If I want to say, Dan is such a pain in my neck, I can complain to you and he will never know. Nobody will ever know. At the end, at one point, it'll be end-to-end encryption. So if somebody wants to say, like, what has Restream speaking to Peace about Dan? Nobody will ever know. It's same like Telegram. So that's the approach we're trying to use. If you don't have a mobile number, no problem. Your NFT, your BNS will work.
Cool.
So that's my pitch.
You could have a mobile device that doesn't have a phone number attached to it, but you're using Wi-Fi, and then all you need is a BNS name, which you're going to automatically get boom.btc, whatever you pick. If it's available, you got it.
Yeah. So it's attached to your wallet address, and then people can build repo and all. Like I say, like once you start selling, like Dan said, you'll have a rating functionality. Like, how eBay used to do it back in the day? I mean, Amazon still does it, but eBay back in the day, I still remember people used to look at the rating. Yes. How many times people have failed or succeeded.
It was the same approach. Well, and that could save you from, because that was open social media when eBay first opened. It wasn't as controlled. So they came up with some of the solutions that we're going to need now. That social credit, that's a way to develop credit or reputation, I should say. That social reputation is important. And the current web
projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEx, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode. The Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Monday, the 12th of January, despite what the header on the live stream might say, the 9th still, because apparently I didn't change it from Friday when I first went live. Apologies, trying to keep up. A little tired. My Patriots had me up last night with a low-scoring, very interesting defensive-oriented game. Lots of cool stuff going on, and congratulations to Drake May, the new greatest quarterback of all time, who won his first playoff game. I think they're going to hose him on the MVP, although I think he earned it. They're going to give it to Matt Stafford. But kid's looking good, and the future is bright for the New England Patriots. Lots happening. I had a super busy weekend. I had a bunch of real estate stuff going on. I've been cranking. I was up late. Some cool stuff happening, by the way, guys. If you haven't, Grant Nisley and Rafa and a bunch of other guys are working on a project called Pillar. Interesting, working on a combination of easy onboarding, buying Bitcoin with Bitcoin leverage product, and it's really cool to be a part of that. And I'm super excited about and thankful for being part of that as well. Got some cool stuff happening tomorrow, a little bit of a slower day today. Do got some news items, and I do want to remind everybody before I get into it, this is a news show providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, hopefully, but never financial advice. Always do your own research and never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, interesting market dynamics over the weekend. It's been slightly volatile, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute too. Just turn on the numbers here. Oop, this is wrong. It's supposed to be this. It's also supposed to be. Oh, there we go. I forgot. Guys, let me know if you like the circle. I tried this out the other day. It's a little bit different than what we're normally used to. It's not giving me slightly bigger, maybe down the bottom. Slightly bigger down the bottom. Anyway, if you have any opinions about the circle or the location of my face, let me know. We're going to talk about the numbers, and we're looking at Bitcoin coming in at 90,602 this morning. Above 90K is a good place to be. healthy correction. If you see the chart over here on the side, the 7 days chart, we did correct. It seems like we found some support in this general area. Some rumblings over the weekend. Mostly things are flat, slightly red this morning. Ethereum coming in at 3,100. Over 3,000 is a good place to be. Stacks looking like, I haven't looked at it in a little while. Stacks. Oh my god, Stacks is all the way up at number 76. So Stacks is moving up, even though it's down 2% this morning. Still up 6% over the last week. We're coming in at 37.37 cents. That's significantly up from where we were talking about just a few weeks ago. So we're feeling pretty good about that as well. Your top three gainers this morning are Stories IP, Monero, and Aerodromes. Aero up 5% this morning. That's an interesting one. Zcash back up over 400. Fear and Greed is still neutral, getting back towards that fear range. Seems like we got up here and we're kind of still stressing back out. You guys maybe notice if you tune in every day, we talk about this. Kind of start seeing some of the trends on how things go. They go a little bit one way, then they cool off, go back the other way, or they go a little bit one way, and then they come back, and then they maybe go one. So there's always, nothing goes linearly. And if you can kind of start to understand that, then you start to understand a trader's mentality, which I don't have the time to really do. But I do understand a little bit. If you want to learn more about the trader mentality, you can start with our Learn TA with Landy series. We did about 25 episodes or so. Those are on a playlist on the DeOrganized account on YouTube. It starts with candlestick and trend. It brings you right through the basics of learning how to do your own research. That's what we want to make sure we're encouraging here. I haven't looked at it since last week, so let me take a look at Tenero. Formerly, still you can get there with STX Tools, but this is an expansion of STX Tools. It is the place to go when I want to learn more about what's going on in the Bitcoin Stacks ecosystem and other Bitcoin ecosystems as well, other chains, and more growing. So you got a heat map here. You can kind of get a little bit of a general overall understanding of the market. Bitcoin slightly up. STX bucking the trend against STX. That's an interesting development there. Wealth and Pepe and B blocks. Runes is up a little bit too. Interesting. That's an interesting one. Nakamoto One Droid. So we got some movers, lots of flat, slight declines. Actually, like just take a look at the stacks. Chart here. It does look like we're kind of ranging, at least on the daily. We're on the 15-minute charts over the last few days. Let's check the 1 day. So this is a little bit more telling as to, so we still want to get up over this 44, 45 cents. It does look like we're trying to do it. We had some declines. I think technically these are lower highs, so that's a higher high, actually a higher low, slightly higher high. So we could be trend. It does look like a trend reversal. Hopefully we can get up over this and start really trending back up in this direction up here, back towards dollar for STX. Let's take a look at the news. I think I'm in the right one for the first one. Yeah, this isn't it. So most USD banking cases stem from government pressure, what it says. So the government's pressuring businesses in the United States to debank American citizens, I guess. It's a little interesting. I'm going to turn the music down. I think it's too loud. There we go. I think that's a little better. I apologize if you were grooving and I canceled the groove. I hate stopping the groove. But I'm old and I didn't get enough sleep last night, so I need the music down a little bit. I hate that, actually, about my my older self, because back in the day, man, I rocked that music loud all the time. There was no such thing as too loud. Probably why I need it lower now, just to hear myself talk. Okay. Most USD banking cases stem from government pressure. A report says, a new report from the Cato Institute argues that crypto debanking in the US is not merely the result of risk management decisions by banks, but part of a broader pattern of informal government pressure. According to the report, regulators have increasingly used supervision, guidance, and reputational risk frameworks to discourage banks from serving crypto-related businesses without explicit bans or rulemaking. This approach, critics say, undermines due process and financial neutrality while pushing innovation offshore. The findings revive concerns that access to banking is becoming a policy lever rather than a market decision, with implications extending beyond crypto to any politically disfavored industry. This is actually super concerning. We definitely want to get away from debanking as a policy or a policy lever or a tool for political retribution. It's very important that these markets are open and fair and transparent. And actually, crypto allows for us to develop more transparent, open markets. You're always going to have influence on actors and capacities to pull those levers of influence. But the government should absolutely 100% not be in the business of going to financial institutions and telling them not to service certain people because they don't like their business or they don't like the technology they're involved in. And that's what crypto is. It's a technology that people are involved in. Financial technology is still technology. Not good. Not good that this is happening at such a scale, because it mirrors what was going on, what probably is still continuing to go on with social media and shadow banning and shadow censoring. You know, shadow debanking is another part of the process, and that's just not the world I want to experience. So hopefully we can transcend that paradigm. Would be great. Quantum computing threatens the $2 trillion Bitcoin network. BTQ Technologies says it has a defense, and there are defenses out there. We had Dan O'Ferrin from his Tectonics project. They are working on some of these things as well. There are defenses out there. A new analysis highlights renewed concerns that future quantum computing breakthroughs could eventually threaten Bitcoin's cryptographic foundations. It's not just a concern. It's actually going to happen eventually. Placing the network's long-term security back in the spotlight, Canadian firm BTQ Technologies claims to be developing quantum-resistant solutions designed to protect blockchain systems before large-scale quantum machines become viable. While experts broadly agree that Bitcoin is not currently at risk, the discussion underscores a growing need for forward-looking cryptographic upgrades over the coming decades. The debate reflects Bitcoin's unique challenge, maintaining immutability and decentralization, while preparing for technological shifts that may arrive far sooner than originally expected. And that's the real concern, is these things do seem to be decades away, but they could be less than decades and more like a decade away. So we need to treat this as more maybe urgent than currently is being focused. So it is a concern, and it needs to be addressed sooner than later in order to preserve the Bitcoin network. That's just the truth. I do believe it will be resolved, by the way. Another Standard Chartered plans crypto prime brokerage as Wall Street races in. More and more institutional adoption is coming as Standard Chartered plans to expand into crypto prime brokerage services signaling accelerated institutional demand for digital asset exposure. The bank's strategy includes custody, execution, and financing services aimed at hedge funds, asset managers, and large allocators seeking regulated access to crypto markets. This move places Standard Chartered alongside other global banks racing to capture market share as traditional finance converges with digital assets. The announcement reinforces a broader trend. Despite regulatory uncertainty, major financial institutions are increasingly positioning crypto as a permanent asset class rather than a speculative side market. More institutional adoption, and if only there were an institutional grade infrastructure being built for real Bitcoin yield on stacks. Oh, there is. It's on stacks. I wonder if that's why the price action is starting to trend. Stay tuned for more on that front. 70 economists urged the EU to, quote, let the public interest prevail on a digital euro. More than 70 economists have urged European lawmakers to reconsider the design and implementation of a digital euro, warning that it could introduce systemic financial risks and expand state surveillance. The group argues that a retail central bank digital currency could disintermediate commercial banks, destabilize credit markets, and erode privacy protections if not carefully constrained. The debate highlights a growing divide between policymakers promoting digital currencies for efficiency and critics who feared centralized control over money, which is what we have now. We currently have centralized control over money, and we're developing decentralized control over money to the largest degree to the individual level. So you need to have choice and influence. You can't force people to use any specific a decentralized currency or a centralized currency in a decentralized world, which we are moving into, whether traditional finance likes it or not. As the European Union pushes forward, resistance from economists suggests the digital euro may face increasing political and public scrutiny. Everyone's going to use it. They're all going to use USDC. It's already on stacks. It's already on Bitcoin. And or other projects like USDH or the BSD base dollar. There's going to be all sorts of options in the marketplace. That's how a decentralized free market's supposed to work. Options in the marketplace. This last one, couple things to unpack here. Bitcoin pairs Powell-fueled spike as privacy coins outperform crypto markets today. Over on CoinDesk, they like consonants and alliteration, that P sound. Powell-fueled pairs Powell-fueled spike as privacy outperform. It's too much for me, CoinDesk. Just saying, like a little less alliteration consonants there would be appreciated. It's too much. Bitcoin gave back gains following a volatility spike tied to remarks from Jerome Powell. This was wild, by the way, crazy. The whole situation. While privacy-focused cryptocurrencies outperformed the broader market, analysts attributed the rotation to traders seeking assets perceived as more resistant to surveillance and regulatory pressure amid renewed macro uncertainty. The session reflected a familiar pattern. Bitcoin remains highly sensitive to monetary policy signals, while niche sectors react more aggressively to narratives around financial control and privacy. The divergence highlights how macro policy regulation and ideology continue to shape short-term markets behavior across crypto landscape. This one is actually the more I don't have a specific thing prepared for this. It's more about they changed my Maduro warning from Trump. Okay, this just changed the headline as I was in here. The Department of Justice is investigating Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell had a statement that came out yesterday suggesting that he felt basically claiming that this is politically motivated. that there is no wrongdoing, and it's retribution for not cutting interest rates. And maybe it is actually retribution. I don't really necessarily think we're doing things. There was a lot that happened during the Trump presidency that we didn't like. Hard to defend the principle, but the principle, the person being charged unfairly, because there was like a lot of reasons to oppose certain policies and certain activities, certain characteristics. But we've weaponized the Department of Justice over the last couple of decades, actually. It's getting worse and worse. And this is now, we're kind of, there's better ways to lean on the Fed than making charges with the Department of Justice. And that's what it seems like is going on here. It does seem like it's contrived. Maybe there are valid reasons to be investigating him, and I don't really know, right? But it doesn't look good, the way this is being done. And it's a concern, because when you have this like weird paradigm, and the government's got support in one respect, because you've got these two factions, and one faction is obviously corrupt to this group of people, and the other faction is obviously corrupt to this group of people. Then you got these groups of people that I don't like that one, so I'm going to support this one because they're obviously corrupt, and I don't like that one, I'm going to support this one because they're obviously corrupt. You got everyone kind of supporting this corrupt system. That's just it's devolving and unraveling at a rapid pace. It's everything's polarized, everything's clapbacks and one-up comments, and mic drop. As long as I get the mic drop comment in, I don't have to actually engage in any real dialogue or try to come to any resolutions. And I think that we're getting way beyond where things need to be. We're in the wrong direction here. We need to get to resolution. We need to get to dialogue. We need to seek solutions beyond red versus blue. I hate this one. I hate that one. Hold your nose and vote. Things are bad, and this is not a good development. I know there's a lot of people that don't care for Jerome Powell and what he represents, what the Federal Reserve represents. But be careful what you accept in your hatred or disdain for somebody who's being, who's the target, as we set new precedents for what the government can get away with that we shouldn't accept. Interesting times indeed. Let me actually real quick, just want to remind everybody. Oh man, don't tell me. All right, good. Thought my cursor was starting to do that thing. Bitflow is the top DEX on Stacks. You can train, earn, stack more BTC. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange for Bitcoiners. The future is BTC dominated, and the liquidity must flow. If you're looking to trade Bitcoin, stacks, runes, or more, head over to bitflow.finance. That's where you get started. And they are a great place to get involved, get your feet wet in trading on the Stacks ecosystem. Not financial advice. With that being said, I think we got a couple homies waiting to come in and chat with us. I love that. Bring on the bros. GP, good morning, man. What's happening? Oh, can't hear you.
It would help if I hit that button there, wouldn't it?
It would help if I could hear your audio. I knew I could tell you were talking. I'm like, I'm always interested in what GP has to say. So I'm like,
always do that at least once a week. The sticky microphone is crazy, but I'm doing well, man. It was an awesome weekend. Got to do a lot. Got a lot accomplished. And I'm ready for this week, man. It's gonna be good. Feeling very, very, very bullish.
Back like you're right-handed, like you
Let's
never
go.
left.
Right-handed today. Let's go.
How's things, man? How's life?
Life is good, man. Life to normal. I'm even kiltered and feeling very, very blessed and fortunate, and I couldn't be happier right now. Just had an awesome weekend. My dad's been home, so that's good, and he's feeling much, much, much better. So it's awesome. It's awesome, man. I know last week was I was less present because I was in and out of the hospital.
You had a lot going on.
I had a lot going on. But this week, I'm in the trenches, and I'm grinding. It's prime time, grind time. Let's get it.
Let's go. Let's get it. Trying to get my Stacks t-shirt.
Yeah, gotta get the Stacks logo out there. You know what I'm saying? Got to.
I don't know why it's over to the side there.
Dude, it got so cold, my end. It went from being 80 degrees over the weekend to now.
Not in the 80s?
It was like high 70s, low 80s.
35, 40 degrees over the weekend, and it was like, oh, I don't need to wear a coat to take the dog out because that's how it gets around here. Like, we get used to it. It was in the teens the last couple of weeks.
Insane.
So we got a heat wave in the 40s.
I feel like we're not built for that down here. 13 degrees. People are not outside whenever it's 13 degrees.
No, you guys. Well, and that's the thing. You get used to it no matter where you are, So if you're in a colder environment and that's just what it is year round, you'll become used to it. Plus, part of what I do, I get out of the routine of it because it does take some discipline. But I try to end my shower with just a cold. I just turn on the cold water, which is about. By the way, groundwater temperature year round is about 52 degrees globally. Just so everybody knows. Generally speaking, about 52 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold. It feels cold. It'll wake you up, especially this time of year. But it's really good for you. I think we've had this conversation a number of times. And then also, like, I find when I get back into that routine, like when I go out and it's real cold, I don't quite get the same shock. We used to call it, so it gets to a point being real cold outside in our up where I am, we call it brick. It's brick out.
Brick.
And we call it brick because it's like when you go outside, it's like you got hit in the face with a brick. It's so cold outside. It's like we call it brick. If you hear anyone refer to it being brick outside, they're probably talking about it being cold.
Yeah, that's a new one.
What's up, Hunter? How you doing today, brother? How was your weekend?
I'm good. This side is flooding. So I kind of got another infection yesterday because I got rained on, and also it wasn't walkable in town because the whole streets were flooded because the drainage is messed up. But yeah, I'm good. I'm Gucci. Hope you're well, G.
Make sure you're getting that ginger and that that mustard powder stuff. What were you taking? What were you taking? Ginger and what?
Turmeric.
I forget. Oh, turmeric too. For sure.
Yeah, ginger and what we call what's this? Ginger and lemon and honey.
Oh, that's a good combination too.
Am I looking young though?
You always look young. You're a handsome young stud. Looking
yeah,
fresh.
I did trim, yo.
Yeah, I had to do the same, man. That one gray beard hair that was like right there. I said,
I didn't notice. Whoa, I'm just noticing now that GP trim now.
You guys are twins.
Great minds think alike. That is my twin.
Yeah.
So guys, we got some good price action on Stacks, man. It's been doing really good, and it kind of outperformed the market. I saw everything was red and Stacks was pumping. Did y'all see that?
Stacks had a great weekend.
Crazy,
really
man.
a nice week last week and then a great weekend. Oh, we still got. Hold on a second. I got to bring in. I got more people, guys. Keep
Let's
talking,
go.
GP.
Let's
Let me
go,
bring
let's
in. We
go.
got Tinderly in the house. What's up, Tinderly?
Good
We got
morning,
Binta just jumped in to join us as well. We got
Binta
Binta in the house. Let's go. How are you guys doing? What's up, Tinderly? How you doing, man?
I'm very, very good, sir. And just happy I got my new uh, power supply so I can come live like most of the time. So I have to do my schedule now.
Very nice. You got a consistent power supply so you can be more more available to
That's good news.
join. That's awesome, man. Love that.
Hi guys.
Good
morning,
Binta.
Binta. How are you today?
I'm good. What's good?
Did you?
Yeah, Binta.
Trihana, my brother. What's good?
Good, oh, good. You forgot your camera is on. Now we know how you look like.
No way. There is no way. There is no way I will ever. That's the first thing I check before I join the live stream. Wait, is GP3 now?
We are
I'm
one and the
coming
same. We are
to
same in the
you.
one.
The same AI
I like-
intelligence.
You guys see what I got for Christmas?
From who?
Lolo got me this. So I'm kind of a big deal.
It's beautiful. I like it.
Put it right on my desk.
Uh,
Right here.
I love that
Remind
meme
me
from
that I'm the man.
Anchorman.
Yeah, I'm kind of a huge deal. Perfect meme. But yeah, before you guys jumped in, we were kind of talking about how Stacks had a really good weekend, right? Kind of outperforming the market. Everything else was kind of red. Bitcoin was kind of sideways, and Stacks still got a pump back up to like around 40 cents. I was gonna pull up the chart and kind of show you guys what I was looking at over the weekend. If I go to the 4-hour time frame, you can see. Ignore this line. I'll get rid of this line. But you can see that we were bumping our head on this around 32 cents. We were bumping our head on this resistance here. See resistance, and then dipped down below it, and then got above it and came back and retested that resistance as support with a higher low. So is this the start of a new uptrend of some sort, right? Maybe we're doing something like this, or maybe we need to come back a little bit further down and retest 32 cents again, come back down, and it's more of a gradual trend. But we very well could just keep pumping right here. Maybe we just keep boom and go on a parabolic run. Seeing Stacks move against the market the way that it did was very encouraging. So feeling bullish, feeling blessed. Let's go to the daily time frame and see what we're looking like. So on the daily time frame, we still have some room all the way back up to the 200 MA. We did get that 21 day, which is in the red. Moving average crossing the 50-day moving average, which oftentimes signals a little pump is ahead, whether we chop around for a little bit and let the stochastics reset, because they are kind of high on the daily time frame here. Whenever they get above this dotted line, we need to cool off for a little bit. Maybe we come back down to test like about 50 on the stochastics RSI as far as momentum, which would mean, maybe we come back and touch 32 cents again. But then maybe it's send it season. We do something like this, and then we start to make another higher high.
Tax to $10.
Higher low, higher high. And then all the way until we touch that, $10 is FUD. $10 is FUD. We're capturing all of ETH's market cap, and it. So that 200-day moving average on the daily time frame sitting around 52 cents. So maybe we do something like this and have this in line, that we respect, it would be really good to see something like this happen. Let me hide these moving averages. But yeah, this is what I'm looking for.
I do
just got
think
a little short resistance change.
a retest of that 32 range would make a continuation higher more sustainable.
Yes.
Because if we don't retest it again, then eventually we're due to retest it again.
Right. We just get a dump back to that region. It does look like on the daily time frame, I don't know if there was any gaps left in price action. Maybe a small one if I get rid of all of these different lines and all of this stuff and just make it a little bit clearer. There is, you would call this here a fair value gap, but it looks like price action. So from this wick on the next channel, like you see this big breakout candle here, it's big old, this wick does not touch the next wick. So you draw it from here to all the way up to that next wick, and then boom, it looks like we came down and tested about the halfway mark on this fair value gap, pretty much closing this out. So just kind of a waiting game being played right now. If you're waiting, you can draw a flag, and just kind of see, what it does from here. I've seen people do something like this to where, hey, they draw this type of shape, and maybe we come down and play in here. We decided to go the higher road, and now we're filling out this flag up here. So I don't know. I'm not a financial analyst. I am just a guy drawing lines on a chart and speculating, but I did see that resistance flipped into support.
Really good at analyzing the charts, bro.
Yeah.
I want to be able to let people know what I'm speculating, and even if you take a look at it like this, if you're trading retail patterns, maybe this is your handle and you actually have a sort of cup here, right? So a cup and handle is a very bullish pattern. It can be a bearish pattern too if you invert it, but a bullish pattern for a cup and handle looks a little something like this. Maybe this is your cup.
Yep. And
then this we get a little handle here that gets formed. Maybe we just bounce around here for a minute before we then break out and then test this and then take off. And the measured move for that would be from the bottom of the bowl to the top, whether you draw it to this wick here or this big wick up here. And we can move this
and
there.
I would remind
it's
having more sessions with you analyzing the charts.
Yeah, man. I usually I'm a pattern trader, right? Like I will trade patterns. I will look at stochastic RSIs. I will look at regular RSI. I look for divergences and stuff like that. But yeah, I do all of this in the weekly screen share, both in Stacking DAO and Zest Protocol Discords. So if you're interested in learning a little bit of how to look for the patterns, how to identify divergence and stuff like that, get in there, guys. I'm live on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 1 p.m. ET. And then on Mondays, I do a little recap video of what happened in the past week, the weekly recap with the stackers in the Stacking DAO Discord. So
I think a 5 minute, like what you just did now, like 5 minutes, just kind of giving us a quick, it doesn't always have to be stacks either. It could be Bitcoin. It could be, something else on stacks, one of the meme tokens, or, anything. If you do like a 5 or 10 minute every day as part of the live stream, I think it would be valuable. Plus, those that are looking for more education can then go into the screen shares. So I think it creates visibility for that as well. Just saying, might be worth doing this, either daily or maybe like regularly a couple times a week. Would love it personally.
Yeah, that is so true.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that.
We'll talk more at 11:30.
Let's go. Let's go.
Day.
Yeah, just wanted to
I,
fill you guys
I
in on what I was
second that
seeing,
as
and
well.
you know, that's
Binta's a second.
on Bitcoin. Benta is seconding.
And 300
Hannah is
steady.
30.
Motion approved.
Is it
All in
steady?
favor, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. My vote counts.
The eyes have it, so it must be done. We will get that done, guys. On the daily, on the 4-hour time frame for Bitcoin, we are above that 200 MA, which signals to me that we are getting bullish, right? So I am thinking that you know, more upside is in order. Though we do have a little bit of a bear flag. Some people could call this a bear flag. I call it opportunity to buy because it's cheap sats, and you could never get, you know, you never know whenever we're gonna run and take off and never come back. So I'm packing my bags
There's
right now.
people still waiting for
so-
Bitcoin to get back down to $3,500. It's never gonna happen.
I don't
way
think it's
gonna
gonna happen,
happen,
man. I think that
3,500? No way.
you know, you're gonna miss their chance to have any cheap Bitcoin at all, and those are the types that are gonna end up buying, FOMOing the top, right? So if we are looking at Bitcoin, it looks like it might have a small cup and handle here on the daily time frame that could take us back up to 100K, you know, and you never know whenever the bulls decide, hey, this is the moment, this is whenever we're gonna do it, pump it, send it. He sold, pump it, just like the meme. So
Sailor, by the
that's
way,
what
over
it
the
is.
Sailor just bought $1.25 billion worth of Bitcoin.
Good
Woo!
grief, big boy
Mhm.
buys. Insane, dude.
Sailor ain't playing.
But yeah, that is what I'm seeing. I am seeing the daily actually resetting very nicely on the stochastics RSI with this move down here. Just this small move has reset it this much. Gives me a signal that, you know, there are buyers. I feel like it's starting to curve already. A lot of the times you'll see the stochastic RSI come all the way down below the dotted line before it starts to turn. There's not too many times in here where it turns. See, here's one time where it turned in the middle. It got up high above the stochastics here to reset, got back to around the 50 mark on stochastics, and then turned around and went right back up, and look what we got from that. So just from about right here into where it reset, after it reset and it turned, we went for gains. So telling you, I'm feeling bullish, guys. This is the way. Went for 10%. We turned from here in the middle, and what's at
10%.
100K.
Yeah.
So multiple confluences right now telling us that be preparing themselves for a push this week.
Honestly, it'll be mostly interesting to see what happens at 100K, and does it get resistance? Does it break through and set it as support and continue? That'll be the real test, because I do think it looks like we're going to test 100K on Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Or
I feel it in my bones. And if you know, Stacks is correlated with it, usually gets outsized moves with Bitcoin. When Bitcoin pumps, it has a few different cycles. It used to be very, very correlated. Seeing it run by itself this weekend kind of tells me that it's playing catch up a little bit, like mustard, and we may just see some really, really good times ahead.
Do you guys think we'll see 150 before the end of the month? Or first
So
quarter?
150,
That's a huge move in a short time, to be honest. So I would say unlikely. If we did, I think we would have a dramatic pullback after that. If it had that kind of a blow off. For the long-term sustainability of Bitcoin price, we want to actually see a lot more chop, where it goes up, it retests, settles back down, then goes up, retests, and that longs and shorts are constantly getting liquidated, and that none of the moves are too huge. For long-term holders, that's what you want to see. If you're trading, then you want to actually see the opposite. You want to actually see a lot of volatility in both directions. So, but do I think we're going to see 150K before the end of the month? I would say unlikely. What do you think, GP?
Well, here with the chart back up, and I've got it marked here. So, looking at 50K before the end of January, we are on like setting this timeline, this trend line up pretty nicely. 125K almost flat is our all-time high. It's marked there in green. And we are coming back down, and we test it. It looks like we're getting close to testing this 800-day moving average, which is a secret moving average that I use. But here's a little alpha for you guys. A lot of times whenever you the 200-day moving average on the daily timing to reset and go test this 800-day moving average. It is a very, very secret one, but support is often found there. And it looks like we are kind of like there's a negative magnet here, you know, like it looks like we're coming here supporting it without it touching it. So I don't know. If we draw a trend line right now, and this is our trend line from the bottom here to, you know, maybe right here. Let's just draw it like this. If we have a trend line here, maybe we go up and, you know, by the end of January, where's the end of January? If we find the end of January, geez. Okay, here we go. December, January. The end of January is, oops, right here. We take a look right here. It's not a lot of time to go, but by Q1, I think by Q1 is feasible, right?
Q1, Q2, I think. I actually am I do think we're going to get to 200K Bitcoin by this year. I do think we'll hit 200K this year based on what I'm looking at, based on the macro and just general stuff happening, all of the institutional adoption. The M2 money supply is, have you looked at the M2 money supply versus the Bitcoin price anytime recently? Because we are absolutely due. The Bitcoin price is like way out of line compared to the money printing that's been going on. So I'm not sure how they're even able to facilitate it.
So if we were to we could look up the M2 money supply right now actually and take a look at it. But like with this trend line here, this is the time frame we have been for by the end of January. So we would have to pump from where we're at to 150, like 60% to get to 150K in this small time frame, like right from here to there. That's how small we got. But can it happen? Absolutely, it could happen.
It can happen.
Now Q1 by the end of March, it would put it like right here. So by the end of March, that gives us a little bit more space here. So I'll do something like this. I could say by the end of Q1, maybe. By the end of January, I don't know. Maybe we do something like this, start making something, boom, you know, pump to 150K, right?
Here we're buying that yacht. That yacht, we are going to buy it.
The Rue yacht. I thought
we are.
I thought we were building.
Yes, we are.
Nice yacht. Also,
I thought we were calling it the Ark.
Oh, the Ark.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Yacht and Ark. Yeah.
Selling tickets now, fam.
Selling tickets.
You only take Bitcoin though.
You will be arrested just like him. I heard he has gotten arrested.
It should be, by the way. We are not endorsing actually that kind of activity. We're just
oh yeah.
We would never.
So, Peace, what do you think about NFTs? What do you guys think about NFTs? Are they going to come back?
So, NFTs, some NFTs will come back. Some NFTs won't. It's the same with meme tokens. Some meme tokens will come back, some won't. So I don't think that you'll see, like, I don't think you'll see an ordinals run where people are just buying all any ordinal they can get their hands on. But I do think that you'll see the value play ordinals and NFTs get runs periodically. My interest in NFTs is more for the future tech, like stuff like what Zenitron's building out with encrypted NFTs and his SIP, and what we're going to be able to do with them as they evolve further. We were actually talking about the potentiality for a privacy coin utilizing encryption or encrypted NFTs, where some of the data is not online. Now there's a centralized concern there, or a centralization concern there, but it's not the as ZK technology evolves and they can do more things with that kind of stuff. I think that there's a play there with the encryption of NFTs, and I do think NFTs will have more utility. But as far as like just an asset class, I don't think holding just any NFT is long-term going to necessarily enrich you. I think it's specific to the NFTs in your collection. So be discerning. Go with the ones that have big communities that are involved, that are still participating, still building, still supporting, and that kind of thing. And but I do think that I think that some will absolutely see better days for sure. Yeah, I'm not saying the whole market has no
So
chance.
any plans for stocks? We haven't actually seen like a run on stocks, right? Like in terms of NFT. Is someone thinking about anything at all regarding stocks NFT? I just feel we deserve a run.
Well, so I do think
Yes,
that
absolutely.
I'm excited about the opportunity for more NFT marketplace options in the marketplace, specifically with Boom launching soon. They told me on Thursday they were launching on Friday, and I don't know if they have yet. As of Friday, they hadn't.
We need to send them another thread piece.
Hold on, it's still not
Oh,
working.
Godfather piece.
Where is Dan?
Back out.
Where Dan Trevino got some explaining to do. But but I do think that there's. My understanding is that the NFT marketplace side of what they're launching is already ready to go. And this is nothing against Gamma, by the way, but based on the paradigm and the current, their focus is largely on ordinals and other NFTs. And while they are supporting Stacks NFTs, it's not a focus. The marketplace over there for Stacks NFT creators and holders is not super functional the way it should be, in my opinion. So I do think that having more opportunities in the marketplace to bring your NFTs to market, to launch new NFTs with new ideas is encouraging. I do think that there will be, and I do every so often scan the market for some of the more popular NFTs on Stacks, and every so often I'll pick something up if I think the price is really, really good off the floor, or something with a little bit more rarity I see. But part of that is I'm not necessarily speculating on price so much as I just want to hold something that has value in the community, that represents something that's been developed here. And I think that's part of the NFT market is nostalgia. It's the same thing as trading cards. You want to hold that for the future. But we have a similar conundrum as we do with token launching. I think there's way too many tokens in the market. I think there's also way too many ordinals, way too many NFTs, way too many Runes token projects for them to have high value. All of them, they can't. So it makes it it makes it harder to find the ones that do have the value. It takes more work to find like the ones that are worth holding, worth getting involved in. And at the end of the day, really the only way to do that is to get into the communities that are around those projects, get to know the people that are building there, talk to them about what they're developing, what's new with the project, and all of that, and do your own research.
Yeah, thank you. That's the best. Do your own research. What if, I was just thinking, right? What if there is a way they can, like, we can actually boost these communities, especially those with the coin, to like kind of stabilize them rather than creating more token. Those ones that is already available, there's a way we can push them and keep adding liquidity to their the market.
So the reason to provide liquidity is if you see, well, either to get fees from trading volume, which is low, and or to speculate on the value. It's a way to accumulate projects without it being a direct purchase. You know, you can engage in especially with like things like the HODLMM, where that's going to be concentrated liquidity, and you can really set your prices as a more of a purchase opportunity. If the price goes to here, I'm going to trade, you know, USDC for STX, or I'm going to trade USDC for RuCoin or whatever. If there is a USDC Ru market, or however that works, I might trade SBTC for Ru at a certain price.
My take on NFTs is that they are individual IPs, right? And IPs can kind of like using Pudgy Penguins as an example, can expand into IRL with different products and stuff. Like Pudgy Penguins is in major retail stores, right? And think about how many people that were onboarded into crypto through that IP. You know, so I feel like NFTs are not dead. They will have their own season, right? It'll be after everything runs. It'll be memes, and then NFTs. They are a highly speculative asset, right? Probably the most speculative asset in the game. So I feel like NFTs will still have their run, and they have a significant use case, right? So say you buy an NFT and you need to offset gains from trading or anything like that, and you sell your NFT for a loss, that is something that you can use as like a tax loss harvest. And this is something interesting coming out of our ecosystem from the Pandemonium crew. So they put out STX Harvest. I just wanted to read a little bit about this. So introducing our newest product release, STX Harvest. Harvest your underperforming stacks NFTs in a simple and transparent way. So head to stxharvest.thepandemonium.io to easily identify STX NFTs using the Stacks blockchain. As easy as 1, 2, 3. Simply select the STX NFT you want to harvest, confirm the transaction, track and download your harvest history. We do not provide tax, legal, or financial advice. You are solely responsible for understanding and complying with all applicable tax laws and regulations in your jurisdiction. Consult a qualified tax professional before making any decisions. So you can go and burn your NFTs now, and they make it very simple for you to tax loss harvest with those NFTs. So do I think NFTs are dead? No, not at all. They're the most speculative asset in crypto, as well as they have a pretty cool use case for different traders and stuff like that.
What's happening when I'm using this tool? Like I'm burning the NFT and I'm getting some stacks for it?
So you're not getting any stacks for it per se, but you are burning the NFT and they are making a document for you to then file on your taxes. So say you bought, just for an example, you bought a Megapont or some crazy NFT for ecosystem for a very large amount of stacks, and then they underperform for that year. If you wanted to sell at a loss, this makes it easier for you to do that.
So it's not burning the NFT.
It does. I think it does burn the NFT. Let me read.
They're okay. So you're trading the NFT for nothing. So you're taking
trading
the full loss on what your cost basis was. They're taking the NFT and burning it, so they're not paying anything for it, and they're not actually getting any value from it. So you're just harvesting a tax loss. That's interesting. That's
very, very interesting. Like, people have been using NFTs for this purpose. This is kind of like one of the things that makes NFTs attractive, is that, hey, the ratio is there. But if I'm involved in other things like and they do not perform well, then I can then use them to offset my gains.
Right. Tax losses only actually work if you have gains to offset.
Yes.
And you also only get a certain amount of losses that you can use to offset gains. I think it's like $3,000. So if you have like $5,000 worth of losses, I think you can carry $2,000 over to the next year. Not financial advice, not tax advice, just my humble jack-off realtor understanding of what you're doing with the harvesting of tax losses, harvesting of investment losses for tax purposes. But this is an interesting tool.
Yeah, I just thought I thought this was interesting that Benta brought this up. This NFT conversation, and then that they had they launched this on the 6th.
Right. I
think that was Friday. This past Friday, Thursday.
Yeah, it was last week at some point. I did see it, and I didn't get a chance to read into it. But one thing that this has the potential to do is get rid of a lot of the NFTs in the market that are illiquid, and shrink some of the bloat from the market as far as so it makes the other NFTs in a collection that much more valuable because it eliminates the supply. So I do like it.
Right. Basic supply and demand dynamics get involved here. Piece, like to where you have, say, 1,000 NFT collection with 1,000 pieces in it, and then somebody uses STX, what's the name of this thing? STX harvest to tax loss harvest against some of those NFTs in that collection, essentially lessening the supply. So if the demand gets there, it is amplified.
I like it, man.
Pretty cool.
It's very cool.
Stuff.
Very, very cool. So Binta, what do you think is going on with NFTs, Binta? Because you're out in the communities a little bit more than we are. What's the energy like? Is there any specific NFT projects that you think that you're bullish on? She's still with us? There she is.
I'm having a sticky mic.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
It's more.
No, it was a sticky mic.
There it is.
Keep going. Oh, you're muted again, I think. Rats.
That's all right. We'll get her whenever the mic is treating her. I was having the same issue the other day, in her space. Sticking, dude. It just kept sticking on X, so deal.
Yeah, but I want to know. I want the alpha from Benta about what NFTs I should be looking at.
Me too.
Actually, that's the clip.
Dude, she's in the know. Dude.
People will have to tune in tomorrow. She'll have to come back and talk to us again. I thought we were going to do Find2Earn, but the game has not arrived. So I don't know if he was up watching the Pats game.
Do the dead sleep?
He said
do the dead sleep.
He said when his dead may never die, and he is immortal.
Right.
Doesn't experience time. but he's I don't know. Listen, I just don't know. I thought we were doing Find to Earn. I'm open.
Maybe it's just Wednesdays and Fridays.
Maybe it's just
Who
Wednesdays
knows?
and Fridays. I don't know. I'm not sure. I hope he's okay. Maybe he's like I said, I think he's a big patriot.
It's not yet Monday. From where is it? Maybe it's not yet Monday.
It's all day, every day for him at every time. So he's probably very busy at the moment.
So I did see another thing here that was just posted from the main Stacks handle about 30 minutes ago. Builders, get ready, and definitely follow the main Stacks handle if you aren't already. That is at Stacks. Builders, get ready.
$3,000 prize.
We're teaming up. Yes, Dora hacks for monthly challenges. The first one starts in January. USDC X, which is Circle's X reserves, their debut into Bitcoin DeFi with USDC X. And there is a $3,000 prize winner. One winner takes all. So yet another example of the core entities at Stacks Labs and elsewhere within our ecosystem, providing the incentivization rails for builders to get activated.
What do you guys think about having some vibe coding sessions for these hackathons live a couple times a week? We'll brainstorm.
Yes.
Hunt is down. Hunt is down. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yes, dude.
we'll 3 against 1. We're gonna have to do it through the Alpha Squad GP. I'm sorry, it's just gonna be.
Hey man, handle your business. I'll get dude on the.
No, that's not. No, he's gonna come.
I'll get dude on the mic.
No, dude's coming to join.
I'll go talk to dude, man. Don't make
maybe
me
we'll
do it.
call.
Don't make me do it. They said that he.
Hold on, maybe
he won the Stacky for Dev that never sleeps.
We gotta call. No, I got the perfect solution. We'll call it the Alpha Dude Squad.
You guys are trying to team up after that smack talk that 3 just threw my way.
I apologize on behalf of the Alpha Squad. We would like to join forces. Don't shoot. Friendly.
Don't shoot. Friendly. Yeah, but no, for sure, we should definitely link up get all the guys in the same room and see what we can do about this. It's be pretty cool. I made a post earlier this week about how USDC X kind of opens up the opportunity, and we are a multi-chain ecosystem now, right? We are the Bitcoin aggregation layer for liquidity aggregation layer. So with Stacks being multi-chain, I would love to see a builder create some type of USDC app to where you can take it, bridge it into whatever ecosystem, like bridge for USDC. And then now we can go stack our stacks with Stacking DAO, supply on Zest with liquid stacking tokens from Stacking DAO, and then borrow against that. We can borrow some USDC and take it into other ecosystems. What type of yield arbitrage opportunities come from a multi-chain DeFi ecosystem? So I'm really curious. I'm really curious who's going to build the first one, DeFi app, and I'm here for it, man.
Yeah, definitely will be very interesting. I definitely think we should absolutely. I think it would be a win-win-win situation if we were to try to vibe code these things. So maybe on the Tuesdays and Thursdays 9:30 segments, that can kind of be our AI focus. Our Cook to Earn will be a team effort to participate in the Dora Hacks Hackathon and maybe split 3K monthly amongst the team. That'd be a pretty sweet prize.
I think
definitely.
Worst case scenario, build something cool and don't get paid for it, which we're all used to.
We do have Zenny in the building. Wow.
Zenny in the building.
That's what's up.
Amen. Right. We said his name 3 times. He popped up from the underworld. Game Master arrived. All right, guys, real quick, I'm going to quick word from our amazing sponsor at BitFlow, and then we will be back with Find2Earn. Super excited about it. And guys, first rule of Find2Earn, you must like and repost the game rounds. You might share out the live stream. And if you don't do that and you win the prize, we're giving your winnings to Binta today. Binta, hang out for the show. We'll be back.
Pack Binta's bag.
Oh, she left. We're still gonna give him. We're still gonna give it to her. It is time. The Game Master has arrived into his true form. How are you today, sir?
GM models. I'm fine. Let's play some games. We have 3 games with Leo, Droid, and Stacks, the jackpot game.
You're a little quiet,
All right,
Zenny.
so we have. I just turned them up a little.
GM, Zenny.
Hi, Zenny.
There you go.
GM, everyone.
Good morning.
All
Let's
right.
go.
My guy, how was your week?
So we got games with a Bitcoin Pepe and I'm sorry, it was Leo and Nakamoto one?
Leo, Droid, and jackpot game. Let's go.
All right. So in our first round with the Leo, we're going to drop that image before the game round launches. These game rounds are played on Skullcoin BTC on X, but you do get an advantage tuning in live because we show you the starting image live before we go live on the stream. You're looking for this image with the cars in the street parked in front of that store or that location there. And this game is going to launch on the Skullcoin BTC page. You must share out the live stream and you must like and repost the game rounds. If you do not follow the rules and you are the first one to find the prize, find the location for the treasure, we will give your treasure to Binta today. This game launches in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Ekalo, Handiamo,
Hajime.
Hajime,
Let's go.
Hajime,
Hande.
Let's go. Check out.
Ramano.
All right, we're gonna like, repost.
Did a Mitsubishi?
Did we get the? Hold on, I gotta. Did the game launch?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. It wasn't showing up for me at first. So guys, make sure you like and repost the game rounds. This is the live stream. You can share right here below it. Very easy. Make sure you're sharing that out. It is important. It helps us grow. We reach more audience. We get more participation. Then you're going to click this link here. That'll drop you into Google Maps, the starting location. And usually somewhere very near there, we're going to drop in right on the starting location. And we're looking for those cars in front of the store.
Okay, great. We have a winner. It's RI STX. Congrats. She is the winner.
Real fast. Very well done.
We play Walkie's game and we play jackpot game.
All right, we have whitelist and jackpot round to go.
We start whitelist game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Okay, and if you do want
Hajime, Jekalo.
Hyundai.
Like and repost, let's go.
And this is how close it was. It was real close to the starting location. You guys just had to go down the street, pick a direction. RI Stacks, I believe that's Fruity Patchouli, has won the first round. We get the jackpot, the waitlist round, jackpot round coming up. But the waitlist round is for new players only. If you are new and you haven't played before, drop a comment under the live stream or under one of the game rounds. Let us know you want to be added to the waitlist. We will add you to the waitlist rounds. They are exclusive to new players. It gives you an opportunity to learn how to play without having to compete with some of our amazing, very, very well trained professional circuit players.
Treasure hunt live. Skull coin flame. Game master calls.
We do have the Nakamoto One Droid round.
Algorithm of X completely nowadays against crypto, so we can just remove the ticker. I believe we will have more engagement. I will try with the next game.
And remove the $sign tag.
Yeah, I think that $sign like the reason like why it's like the less like an social
Getting a little
engagement.
less distribution. It could be, but if the more we like and share, the more distribution is going to get, no matter what.
Right. I agree completely.
So you guys need to like and repost it.
They changed the algorithm again.
Yeah, I think like our game and what we're doing on the organized show is really sustainable. It's really for real people. Like if like one day we reach like Elon or any like core team of X, they will understand that some of like projects have really like real people. It's not the bots, it's not the algorithms.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a winner. Yeah. He was at first Inca.stx. I will remove him from whitelist in future, put him into intermediate players. Let's play the jackpot round. We are going to capture the Greenland.
All right. Yes, we absolutely will. And jackpot round coming up, guys. We did have a winner. Didn't we have a winner on Friday?
Yeah, we have a winner. It's Wayne Hazel. She won 100 stacks.
100 SDX. So we're back to 30 today?
Yeah, 30 stacks. Can you count down, please?
Yes, sir.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Monday.
So
we are in
these guys
Greenland.
at X, these guys at X don't know what they're doing, because there was an insider who posted something about the algorithm not favoring those reply guys, like they were saying, and I deleted that tweet. And they're saying they are tweaking the algorithm, so it's messing up the reach. Which is crazy.
I've actually
I lost a lot of followers over the week.
I've been getting a ton of reach engaging in like more political and or emotionally charged posts. Just commenting in on large accounts. I've been getting a lot of not engagement, but a lot of impressions the last week. I have over 500,000 impressions in the last 7 days.
Nice,
Yeah, they must be tweaking the algorithm and getting rid of some of the bots, because I lost some followers over the weekend. About 5 or 6.
Not even necessarily bots. Also accounts that have,
what they are doing, they just follow, like emotions of the people, what the people want. And if people think like the crypto is a scam for a while, they just ban these like things.
This is an interesting one, this map. Yeah. Might help me out a little bit. We're in Greenland. The map's gonna be like this.
Oh, the orange guy wants to buy. Is it Greenland or Iceland?
Yes, Greenland.
Greenland. And it's
Yeah.
largely because of the rare earth metals, as well as some strategic, militarily strategic importance, I believe, as well.
Oh.
It's strange the way that they're like talking about it now too.
Oh yeah. A lot of crazy things are happening that side. Hope everything is well. I just saw another clip that was disturbing also. That's similar to the one that you were commenting on last week.
There's a lot of disturbing things going on, and when you get the full, you never get the full picture right away. Number one, the crux of any issue, though, really, is things really ultimately boil down to consent versus compulsion. And when people aren't allowed to consent or consensually engage, and the government is acting without consent or without regard for consent, then that's where things start to go really awry. And I think we're at a very interesting, precarious time. Depending on how things go, things could escalate. You know, it's not a good place to be. We really need people to be a little bit less prone to, and which is ironic that they're, you know, now promoting people. They're basically promoting people who get engagement by getting conversations going. But oftentimes the way to do that is to hold polarized positions, or target people that are polarized, so that you can get responses and reactions out of them, which ultimately won't drive. So I'm trying to do that in a way where I can maybe get a little bit more engagement in a holistic dialogue, where it's not just clapbacks and mic drops. You know, that's the biggest problem I'm seeing right now, is that the dialogue isn't really happening. There's no dialogue in these places. It's just who can make the snarkiest comment and the you know the most jaw-dropping mic drop comment, and that doesn't actually allow for dialogue. You know
What's causing all of that? Monetization, because now people want reaction, so somebody's just saying whatever they are saying just to get a reaction, like what you're saying, so that they can get a pay, because Elon said he's going to pay more than YouTube. So, and also the monetization is coming from you having verified accounts interacting with your timeline.
Right.
Okay, everyone, we have a winner. It's an Alosing, and Elder Statement was just 2 seconds late. Congrats.
Let's go. Congratulations. Well done, guys. No Long Thing has been cranking lately, too. Been hugely participatory in all of our giveaways, constantly entering. Friendly reminder to our Skullcoin audience, we do have a 200 STX giveaway for the month of January. You can enter every day. You just got to respond to the daily question in the live stream comments below the pinned post on DeOrganized. Some way, you know, a way for you guys to participate every day. We love it when you do that. So make sure you're doing that as well. Congratulations to No Long Thing. He's definitely been one of our main participants for the last couple months now. So we love that. Love seeing that. Love seeing him get that win today.
Yeah, I agree.
W's. Let's go.
Right.
Okay, well played, everyone. We'll be back in day after tomorrow. Don't struggle in politics.
GG.
No, that's a great point too. Don't get too caught up in the drama. If you find yourself starting to get emotionally charged and frustrated about the way conversations are going, close your screen, take a break, walk away from it, cool down. It's not that big of a deal. You're not winning anything in an argument on social media, period. So don't let it get to you. And find the people that are engaging in a way that's not just trying to get you angry, because there's a lot of that out there right now. Awesome stuff, Zenny. Thank you so much for joining us.
See you.
GG.
See sponsors.
Of Find2Earn. Huge shout out to the Nakamoto One Droid project and the Leo Coin project, as well as Skull Coin in our stacks jackpot rounds. Awesome stuff. Love it. Unfortunately, Binta, nobody broke the rules today, so we don't have any extra prizes to distribute to you, but you are always welcome to join us and play and participate whenever you have time. We love having you here. Thank you, Zenny. Safe travels back to the underworld.
See you.
And we will be we'll be carrying more content throughout the day, replaying some of the stuff we've had going on over the last few weeks, some of the guests, some of the spots. And then we will have more. Tomorrow we will actually be having Tycho join us on the morning show to talk about what's going on there. So we'll have Tycho, and then at 10 we will transition to covering the Bitcoin Capital Markets webinar. I think this is episode 3 or 4 now. So really excited about that. I love these ones that they're putting together. So we'll be carrying that tomorrow morning as well. Lots to get into. Get out and support your ecosystem. Binta, you have anything else going on today? Any final words before we drop out? I love that you made it to the full length of the show today.
Yeah, I want to be trying, to be joining more of the live stream. I will try. I'm trying to fix everything together. Hopefully, I can be joining more and hanging out with you people. Nothing much. Just excited for another great. I hope we start really well and end it perfect as well.
Yes, right on. What about you, Hannah? Got a big week coming up?
Oh yeah, I'm just pacing. So this year is more like a marathon, not a sprint. So yeah, we're setting the pace when it comes to creating content, and we're trying to see how we can navigate the algorithms, since now we're at war with the AI algorithm. So yeah, definitely we'll win.
Right on. GP, what you got going on today? You going to teach some more TA?
Yeah, so today in the Stacking DAO Discord, we're going to be getting together at 3 p.m. I've been doing an update, just kind of covering the last, this past week and all the things that were discussed on the timeline. So we're getting together at 3 p.m. in the Stacking DAO Discord, and I'll be making a video showing, and I'll be live streaming the process there in the Discord and the screen share channel, so people can see how I am doing these narration style videos of all of these different posts coming from, whether it's from Stacking DAO, Zest, the main stacks handle, DeOrganized. I'm going to be showing people the process to put together their own videos. So jump in there. If you're a content creator, I have some really cool information for you. And, it's going to be a really, really great week. We're starting it off on the right foot. We got out of bed on the right side, and, our best foot is forward. So be sure to tune into the Let's Go Morning Show at 8:30 a.m. ET Monday through Friday to stay in the know about everything happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
That's right. Get out there, get into it. Another week to crush it. Don't stop, can't stop, won't stop. I am Peace Love Music.
Big facts.
We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, Decentralized Broadcasting, every Monday through Friday. Get wavy, my friends.
Get it.
Smile and wave, boys.
Yeah, smile away, boy. Smile away, boy.
Peace out. We'll catch you guys later. Much love. Thanks for all tuning in. I love my homies. I love my viewers too. Thank you guys. Peace out.
Peace.
Fast transactions are fact. The leading L2 is making maxes look back.
Oh, and you guys,
GM, peace.
GM, brother, you hear me? Okay.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I was with Benta, and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
And how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh so, yeah, it's
so
all
you're gonna
good.
have
so
you're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
Oh, definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
Amazing guest.
We got guest after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, Brody.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Saks blockchain. Honestly,
right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
yeah,
I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah, so I saw
that. And I'm glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
so it's
two different. I'll let you. Why don't you give us an introduction and background? Tell us a little bit about your journey here.
So a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was kind of put off by the
I came in a little bit after that. I'm not really as with the history of that.
So,
I know.
Yeah, he's really an OG.
Yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know. Right. It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX. And at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team. And then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake and, so... But I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They don't want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using Pump.Fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical.
It was cool. I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin built.
Yes, that's how I launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so and it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, where you need that bigger investment. And then prices formed on that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like who may only have $1. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps. There is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value. But however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then am providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me. Before
Okay, yeah, there was a period of time
I
lived on.
I learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work. Yeah.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, it's if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, mentally, whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
question.
I
just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this
the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token, and then you have a separate automated marker or a bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that that's
no?
That's
so if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading. Like Alex Labs has theirs. Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, an upgrade to the DEX smart contract. It's just a majority locking feature. So that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for. that one person claims, right? So you
this would
incentivize.
replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes,
I mean,
I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, zero authority.
Yep. A little
Think
familiar.
about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes, and I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're going to build.
100%.
But
that's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot of builder teams don't have, they're more technical builders.
Yes.
And so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side, they're not building to the user, they're building to the function. And so
and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on Netflix. I forget. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like, the user doesn't care.
Create stress. Too many choices create stress.
You're adding way too many choices.
It's as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you or kind of gear it towards, in terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. And it's going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in, because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot. that I only need to have this much money locked in order to claim it. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great.
Yeah, so,
and one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. It's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just two. It's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain like
that token is relatively new. And I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was, I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away because I'm protecting, I think of it like if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up, right? I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it, right? I can't, like my mom is in it. Like my mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just
no worries.
That's cool. But you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes. So one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern or one question I have is, does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curbs successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value, right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken, right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool. And they're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like whales want to enter a liquidity pool. So let them focus on that.
You're right.
They just want to, the average user just wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're going to, just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm game in terms of seriousness.
I wonder though, are you familiar with the HODLMM that Bitflow has been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I couldn't see immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for BitFlow, which is still just in beta testing, and they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong. But when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right? Yeah. So there's a bin at the price of, let's say, 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage because it's also going to it should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. Okay. So as I have to look into it. Yeah. It's a little, it is a little complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. It gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
So, it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time or... Yeah, something
like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter. So if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right, so follow... bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how...
Oh, yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You can just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
engineer. From. Nice. That's a good moniker.
I started off as an engineer.
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my background.
All right. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Really very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. You know, we do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower, to start receiving some of that liquidity because it's coming, right? And we want to. I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC because it is to me, it's a stronger Bitcoin pair just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that. And I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts, so I was more educated on it. But I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader. So surviving on that for years as well. So I can always give my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that. I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen. Right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy and not. I know everyone's saying, "Oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this." I'm like, that stuff takes a year to feel in the economy. I know people they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if you were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to go.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's gonna take a while. It's going to take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice, where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard. And you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. As liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll
no, man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys, how's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm sure. Speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year, basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they've carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.Fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use SPX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know ST the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live. And also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the Sport Fun ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have XFirst, who is our API partner. And also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which, you won't have to leave Tenero. You'll be able to swap within that. And that will kick off with, we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to sports fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is stacks, the actual stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks Tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool. So this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, SimpleSwap, there. Pools. Now, Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have LR, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say, for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX Tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX Tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends and, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing. This is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like. And this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume. And this is all customizable again for the user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What would what I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
Wait, you have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is. And now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1. And like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I've a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from like a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember a whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, like this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in like January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a like pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. I mean, you come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality, and this definitely seems like a well done project now. And one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of, you know, certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get the, because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. You know, there's so much going on in stacks that it's not even a fault actually. It's just that people are busy, people are, you know, kind of heads down, and sometimes, you know, this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And yeah, it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for, because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual, you know, design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And, you know, you had actually talked about him the other day, and then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's...
I got the vote for it, and I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me, actually. Technically, it is Milano, who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you know, you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time, it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden, it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that, you know, that are in test net or not even quite a test net yet. And, you know, we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable project for the product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. You know, that so when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, you know, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people at the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously 300. Obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, you know, that content side out, and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening, and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on, and maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1, like.
Yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon, except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token,
Right.
So,
No. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation, right?
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. Yeah. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, BTC Fi or just TFI, as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. If you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. The difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about as well, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody, there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That's doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. It's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching fast blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's great to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always. But I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. Obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and
that
obviously
was so cool.
Yeah, there was so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on. I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show. I think it wasn't live. I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5-6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw.
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, yeah. From I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." And I would not have seen that. If it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. And it was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. Lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us. And we're doing pretty good. We're getting a little bit of slumpy Friday morning numbers right now.
Okay.
We're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. People start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from Bitflow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show. And appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from Bitfile. Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellreeve. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good, very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to DIA there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day, and it's
camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
it actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am
familiar
with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. You know, it was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. I'm old, you know. I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure, it gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember what. It might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which event it was. We worked a couple of them, but you were talking to us about DIA, and why don't you tell us? Well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through DIA, that could be directly through another Oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an Oracle, right? So the Oracle's actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, but what you really want with the Oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like Oracle price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time-weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like, this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, you know, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, that happened again on Binance, where, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero. Some dead, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Atom went all the way to zero on.
Atom went all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So, there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is, these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage 1, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used. Their API was being used as an Oracle for price.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is. Obviously, not high enough to match kind of the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then it's always like a measuring act, like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a Guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set Guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price, but with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
Come on, Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff.
Sweet.
Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there. It is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer one security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially if if you're going to, and that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector, because all of these, on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still, there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With all the the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure. And it's interesting with there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years, and it's something, I guess, that needs to happen, because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking $30 to $40 billion lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve Do Kwon, with his team, Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
They were just using people's money. And if
where's the money? What's going on, right?
Right. It's crazy.
So, and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency,
Right.
of understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not having to trust anybody.
Exactly. No intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may be providing some points which aren't actually truly,
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, that's exactly right, for sure.
So, and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned. I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
Right.
And I got out of that again, I had a hunch. I had, not a ton of money, but a lot for, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point. And so good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly. So that could essentially take us to, the stage 3 then oracle, like where we're seeing, more customizability today, more capital efficiency. And that's through something called like NAV-based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So NAV is like a net asset value feed. And very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio is coming back and saying, hey, this ratio is 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, like I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
But if the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go a dollar peg. What's supposed to have a dollar peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? Like I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with like Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where like strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So like a lot has changed obviously since then, but like there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources, and then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side, and then have your market-based price for like redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to like that stage 3 security where there's more, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or we're mostly focused on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours, essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these perp platforms, you know, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And you know, we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, you know, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then DApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think that trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of you know, how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, you know, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. You know, Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, you know, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is you know,
For sure.
allowing this.
Well, and they're also Ondo's on base. And Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe, I don't know, because it's on base. I don't know if that's
right.
I'm not sure how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. You know, they may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, you know, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
Yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from, and like maybe the benefits towards people, and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults to
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Really, probably more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you could tap in these AI agents and say, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. All teams can be looking at this, not just Oracle's. Verify the smart contract and see. We've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, these 1 or 2 lines of code are updated, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents. And it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head. But it's closer than I think we really, it seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day. We cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really they're still just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. They're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going, but I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
And that's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah. So
we have a guy that builds
basically,
subnets on stacks with intents. It's crazy.
there you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade, US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is cow swap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent, of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now, let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there, and that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges, and then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI, and I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting, and reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. Yeah, so the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day, essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency, and maybe lower risk, and lower, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support, and then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
For sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei. And, I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. Like,
yeah, it was well, because you could have like, there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that, you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right? So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side has been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for dApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
One thing we're seeing today, actually, with crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back, guys. Check out DIA. It's make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome.
Right
Have a good
on,
one, Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
We have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You
Cool.
are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. As you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX, in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over, and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin, and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money, and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0, and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD. And
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. What it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt, and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process. And then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism.
So I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then So if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. You can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually like wind down your vault. So like redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate, so another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like, this is a market really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay. And then the market like moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone, becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on like epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes, so you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of like snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not like game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall in the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay my APY is 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So
right.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and just sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our three choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those three choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties. It's just code running. It's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. Yeah, so I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. So for the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction. Now it's already going through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Yeah, another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's I don't even know, there's probably 20 plus things that can not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm going to receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. It's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. Go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so yeah, so like I said, this whole product is very very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can at this point everything unlike CFI loans or a loan I'm trying to give a good example, Lendin, for instance, a CFI loan that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral, or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's a free for all. You can do it.
So I can,
much, you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC. I could buy SBTC with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another. I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault, and then that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk, and or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here this little panel. This is the total amount. I had some other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is my balance, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So the borrow tells you this is where everything currently stands, and if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? and it basically gives you a readout on, like, the old collateral ratio was 150, the new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how, as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So, like, I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like, if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like, which is not, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
Yeah. So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242, and you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see, like, just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then, you can see, like, this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like, all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user, at least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also, same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults, is it trending up or down? Like you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders of BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it, I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw, I take out BSD, or I create BSD, borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, that have where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's that clears up the debt, and the 10%, right, the remainder goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah. In fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And like around the October 10th like crypto crash that happened, like just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism like went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, because it was
because there was
drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So like if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put like 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again like trading BSD for SBTC. So this is like the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool, though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time. And we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's like we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's like 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Like, does that change over time? Or is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure amount, and it like cools down over about 3 days. So like when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up, and then it like takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent like there's a few, I think, like kind of like game theory abuse vectors where you're just like redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to like cool down that behavior, basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, yeah, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is like basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple days for it to cool down to get the like lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. You know, it has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform.
Yeah.
But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or are we just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. You know, I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. You know, I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so yeah. Happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist.
Yeah.
I know I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it'd probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really like robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other like product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fund, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. All right, my friends. We have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Phil and Mark from Cafe Crew and called Eight. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew. I really so, I'm putting him right now. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone.
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
It's only our fourth show today.
I know, you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So it's, but you know,
I got bad news for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
Yeah. But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was, though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, wow, I have done, you know, a month.
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to sleep for an 18 hours.
Baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because, like, I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up. And so that helps, too, when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it. It provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, you know, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, you know, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with, or who they're going to like, or who they might want. And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's all you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. You know, and
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them, just to, you know, place ads and target them. So everything from, you know, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple, and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, you know, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, you know, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world, where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Cled, you know, Cled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being lined up with, they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay, yeah. Back in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time, and we did. And I was successful several times before that. Single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market, and so I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
Like, she's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and what I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, should we do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I can screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here, but. I mean, basically the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it. And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching with people, and it describes why it thinks, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match, and then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month, and I'm making more money, but I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
That's less of a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me, especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, he's all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with, and inherently you can't tell a person's personality from the image. So of course the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric, when 20 years ago, I don't think it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that, just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, that's
a great point. Self-discovery is another thing, and actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance.
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like. They have 1,000 choices, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant it happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
That we are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even
Right.
the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Yeah, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about, like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, you know, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, you know, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they're foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here's all the here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and you know, sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys,
I didn't realize that.
You guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but you know, maybe we'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And
Cool.
Town Hall would be good.
Now
So
I don't
maybe
have
we'll.
Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us.
Yeah.
One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. We're like
no
stream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space, and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
No worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on Stacks, and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently. From just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like, agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think, just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like, if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like, it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting, though, that agents could potentially... You're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually... AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that. There's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH, and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like, this stuff, it's gonna get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that, and but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like, it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so, like, she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out DataIng, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app, or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow, that GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
something. I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's crypto economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Based Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. My homies. GP, what's up, man?
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning, brother?
You're in a different location, my brother. I thought you
Keeping it on the move.
You get that big smile on your face. What's been a good?
Yeah.
All right.
GP is all glowing, bro. Look at his face; is glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes. You
Let's go.
know.
Let's go. Nice. We
yeah,
got Hunter in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if White Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why.
Yeah, it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hotter today?
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's rainy and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into the rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple. Purple.
Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's sons had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear, bro.
Sounded good, man.
Solid. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment and figure out how I may be able to do some streaming from over here. It looks like connection's good, the computer's strong enough to do it, and the microphone's coming through loud and clear. Awesome.
Very nice. It's always good when things can be a little bit more
efficient,
functional. Yeah.
Functional.
White Crypto was here, but he dropped out. He might be having connectivity issues. If so, what we'll do is we'll have him join us in one of the spaces soon. Sometimes that happens. People have trouble connecting to the live stream. We all know how that goes, you know. So if you're listening, man, don't worry about it. Keep trying. If we get you in, we'll chat about it. Very interested in talking more about Stacks Tribe and that project. But if we can't get you in today, we'll get you in soon one way or another. We'll get you some exposure for the ecosystem. I think they have a X handle. I haven't even, man, I'll tell you, I've just been meetings and spaces and calls, lots of stuff with D grants. He wasn't in my track, so I don't have, I think it's Stacks Tribe. Yeah, Stacks Tribe is the handle. Let me actually share this. Here he's back. Let's see if we got him.
Maybe we can get him.
What's up, White Crypto? How you doing, man? You with us? He might be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you can hear us. But he's with the new project, Stacks Tribe Africa.
There we go.
I believe, if I got the right one. I hope I got the right one. I might have the wrong one. Might be a different project. I think it's Stacks Tribe that he wants to come talk to us about today. If you guys aren't, make sure you go give them a follow. It's at Stacks Tribe. And they're looking to teach crypto in simple words, helping expand the ecosystem. And we'll get back. If he comes back, we'll get more into it. And if not, we'll talk on the spaces soon. We'll get him in the space. Sometimes it's just a little bit more stable there. Guys, there's a lot
collaboration between and Stacks Tribe.
What was that?
I'm wondering if there's like some type of collaboration that we could set up between Stacks Tribe and Let Africa.
There he is.
There we go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just, I believe I was having small network problem while setting it up, but I'll be fine now.
Cool. No worries, man. And that, honestly, it's not uncommon. It happens a lot in this medium. Restream's a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to stay connected, but it seems like you're good now. You're coming in loud and clear. So welcome to DeOrganized. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your project?
Okay. First of all, I would say it's very, very exciting to be here because this is actually my first time on the organized media, and I'm so excited now because I believe most times I'm usually down there on the comment section, always commenting and every other stuff. Yeah, so it feels good to be here live. Yeah. So, and I would say thank you guys, thank you to Peace and the team for giving me the opportunity to be here live today, and I believe there's a lot of people watching. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Okay, so actually with Stacks Tribe, yeah, I'm actually not the only one managing that particular project. We are actually four. So we have 4 founders for that particular project. I myself, Valentino, Target, and Doski. So we're actually 4 that's actually handling that project. And if you look at exactly. If you look at the Twitter banner up there, you are going to be seeing the handle of the 4 founders. You will see the handle of the 4 founders there. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users. As it is now, Stacks Tribe actually has a WhatsApp platform where we just interact normally, locally, we interact locally there. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah, because we were on a space and doing our normal space vibing and onboarding new users and every other thing, you understand? So our space is quite simple. This is a place where when you come, even if you don't understand what we are trying to say and every other thing, we allow you to say it or maybe ask questions the way you understand, even if you have to speak it in your own native language and every other thing. Yeah, we would then have to find somebody that actually understands your language and then translate it to us, something like that. So yeah, we were having a space that day, and somebody came on the space, on the speaker room, and we were trying to like onboard the person, trying to tell the person some basic things about stacks. And it was actually a guy, and the guy was like that he doesn't really understand English that much, that he's not fluent in English, that if we can actually explain it for him, that he would really understand. If we can actually explain it for him, that he would really understand. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users and every other thing. Yeah, we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users and every other thing. Yeah, we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, in Igbo language. Now, Igbo is actually one of the languages that is mostly speaking. Is one of the languages in Nigeria. Understand? We have Igbo tribes in Nigeria. So the person was like, if it's possible for us to actually explain what we just said in Igbo language, and we said, okay, since we have somebody that is good in Igbo here with us on space, and that the person is willing to explain, it's okay. We will allow the person to actually onboard you into Stacks using Igbo language. And at first, I thought it was going to be disastrous, but it was quite successful, because after everything, the guy was very thankful and very happy, because he understood some of the things that was explained to him in his own local language. So we were observing, but after the space, we decided to say, okay, since this thing is going to be working like this, why not adopt it in our own space, where when we come to space, if we have new user or new person into the ecosystem, we can actually say, okay, if you are not comfortable in being onboarded with English language, we can actually onboard you using the language that you understand. So we said, okay, that we will be trying that particular style. And then we started doing it. It was working. And one thing we noticed that most people are very comfortable. Like, it's actually, we don't actually have a rule that says you have to onboard somebody into Stacks using English language. I don't think there is a particular rule that says that. So
Definitely not.
Yes, yeah. So
listen, and this is a huge, it's a huge opportunity to, like, especially with the LLM, the AI models that you can now use to help translate and facilitate more broad communication between people with different languages. There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we don't want to only make, Stacks is not supposed to be only for English speaking people. Clarity is in English, so there's a little bit of a programming language barrier potentially. But even then, there's we can create tools that make that more functional. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that there's definitely an opportunity to reach more people, help expand the ecosystem, and really kind of create opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't have had that opportunity a few years ago. I think you guys are onto something. It's definitely a noble cause for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And even if you check most of the members in the ecosystem, if you want to experiment on it, you can try it. Most of those people that are actually not comfortable speaking on spaces, most times you can try to let them actually come to mic and say what they want to say, even if it's in pidgin language. Yeah, you can just encourage somebody to come up to the space and say, okay, that thing that you want to say, how about you say it to us in pidgin language, and you are going to see the difference between when that person is speaking in English language and when that person is actually speaking in pidgin language. Because I believe English language was being taught to us. It's actually not the language we came out with, so you understand. And most times somebody tend to be comfortable with that particular language where he or she can express himself. So it's very, very understanding that you actually know the language that person is comfortable with. Yeah, then you'll be able to get the full potential of that person. So that's just the idea behind Stacks Tribe.
I like it, man. I like it. You're building a community and helping onboard people into the ecosystem. I think it's a great project. I'm glad that we saw you guys get some funding. GP. I haven't had a chance to introduce Gnome yet, the advisor in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, guys. Gem Fiona, Gem GP, and Gem Peace, Gem everyone. Thanks for having me on the show. As I was saying before, it's been a long time since I last joined, and just cool to be here. I won't be able to stay here long because I have another meeting in Europe. We changed already the time zone. So all the meetings are switched up by 1 hour.
Yes, I know.
It's always a tricky part. In the US,
it's a nightmare for 2 weeks.
yeah.
I know, because we're partners with Bitcoin Live, and Nick's over in the Netherlands, so it's a little bit, like we were supposed to have a meeting Tuesday night, and I'm waiting for him to show up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually going to be an hour late today, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't understand why we don't align it. Like, why it must be like we could do it at the same time, and there will be no issues between the US, for example, and Europe. And yet, like in Europe, they changed the hour 1 week earlier than the US.
Lost weight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't coordinate that. To be honest with you, it's like 2 weeks of chaos every 6 months because it's not lined up in the spring either.
No, correct. You know what's fun is that, I mean, it's just more this thing, like, we trust governments to do the best for us, and we're not even able to coordinate a freaking time change. But that's something for a conversation for another time.
Right. Well, you know what it is? It's probably at some point it's just a flex. It's like, no, you're going to copy us. No, well, we do it first. No, you're going to do it. So it's just, egos is the problem, probably.
Yeah.
So really excited. Let me ask you, White. Do I call you White? White Crypto? How should I address it?
White Crypto. Good to see you on this on DeOrganized. So is this the first docs?
Yeah, this is actually the first docs.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go, bro.
Make people feel comfortable about being their true self on DeOrganized. I dig it. No, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on today. Let me ask you before I forget. How should people follow you? Are you looking to grow more community members? Should they follow you on X? Is there a Discord? Is there a Telegram? Or is that stuff in the works?
Yeah, we started up very small, and now with the grants in place, we want to get it out there as much as we can. You understand? Because then we believe now we are being recognized by Stacks, and it actually helps boost our morale. And we feel very confident in what we are actually trying to build. So actually, for now, we don't actually have Discord or this thing for now, or Telegram. We just stick it with X for now. But since we are actually going full-time public, we will be making a preparation to have those ones in place.
Nice. And so, what are your current milestones for D grants? What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Yeah, actually, the first milestone is actually trying to onboard about 150 users.
Wow, that's aggressive, man. That's a lot. That's not a small number.
Yeah. It's actually not easy to do that, but we are pretty confident in what we can do, because I believe by the time we start putting out the words out there that you can actually bring your friend. It's not actually compulsory that he or she must be very good in the English language. I believe some people will be very confident to actually try what we are doing here and start.
Awesome, man. I think you guys will be successful no matter what. It's a nice team. All of the guys in that project, by the way, are constantly dropping into our spaces, supporting us on the live stream. Target showing up all the time, and all you guys. I see you in there, man. I've seen you coming in, saying hi in the live chat, commenting, and all that stuff. And I really appreciate, that helps us tremendously. So, whatever we can do to return the favor, do not hesitate to ask. We're happy to work with you guys to help you reach your goals however we can. If you need us to shout out, you have space going on and you need us to repost it, or you got something else going on, don't hesitate, man. We're happy to, or you got something you want to come back on and talk about something sometime, always welcome. Really appreciate you. You guys are always cranking in the ecosystem. I know you guys do a lot of stuff with the STX AI group as well. Steve is a friend of mine, and I love that project. So, we're all part of the greater Stacks family here, right? And I love seeing people move forward and grow. You're taking on your own project, starting to create your own community, and those things are immeasurably valuable to the growth of our ecosystem. You know, you're getting people engaged, you're getting people onboarded, you teach people that are non-crypto native, which is the hardest part, how to get into crypto, you know? And so kudos, man. I really appreciate you stepping up and putting the work in. It's not an easy job, I know. But if you just, my best advice is just be consistent, keep doing it, push it every day, even when you don't feel good. You wake up with a sinus infection, you take a little bit of Claritin, and you do the show anyway, because that's how we do. You know what I mean? So,
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from
Thank you
right
very
now.
much. Thank you very much for that. You know, it's actually interesting because now we have been some actual requests for if we will be adding some other extra languages to our spaces when we try to onboard people, because some people are kind of requesting maybe we can actually go extra mile in trying to adopt other languages. Yeah, we've got some requests about adopting the Kenyan language, the language that is speaking in Kenya, but it's going to be a tough one, but I believe we are going to get there. Yeah.
That's coming from Freddie? Is that
No,
coming from Freddie?
no, it's actually not coming from Freddie, but I believe Freddie would so much love us to have that particular language adopted into our editing schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an absolute Chad, man. I love Freddie. He's a good dude, and he will steer you the right way. So you guys are obviously part of the Stacks Africa team and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I really love what's coming out of there. I'm a huge fan of Sam and the Let Africa Build Lab project. I think that there's a huge, and it's not just Africa, really. There's all places all over the world where this crypto is creating an opportunity for people to develop skills and engage in a broader global economy in a much more holistic way than has ever been possible before. So I think that it's really, I love seeing this, the growth of opportunity for people all over the world. And you're helping facilitate that, brother. So don't sell your projects short. This is important work you're doing. You know, keep pushing forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling pretty confident in myself because now we have Let Africa Build solidly behind our backs. Once I feel there's a place I'm actually having issues, or maybe I feel I'm actually confused in this particular place. I have Sam to actually reach out to, because I believe he's one of my mentor. He's actually very available anytime you try to reach out to him. So I'm very confident in myself now.
Yeah, Sam is a great leader in the ecosystem. He's always been reaching out and help. You know, I first met Sam through GP. GP was creating his collection, and Sam was just helping mentor him on how to create NFT how to work with the contracts in a little bit, just helping because he knew GP was there and needed some help. And that's just how he is. You know, back in cohort 2, he did it was actually called Stacks Labs. They took the Stacks Labs account over from him for now the newly minted Stacks Lab entity. So, I mean, Sam's a trailblazer big time, and absolutely a good ally for what you guys are doing. I'm sure he's happy to help out. But man, I'm proud of what you guys are achieving. I think it's good work, and I cannot wait to see. I can't wait to see you hit your first milestones.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can't actually wait for that. It's actually going to be an exciting and also a tough one for us. But I believe we are not going to get better if we don't actually try. So obviously, we are going to be putting ourselves to the challenge. Yeah.
I dig it, man. I dig it. Guys, here's the thing. I don't know. We have about 15 minutes until our regular Find2Earn time. Noam had to drop off. It's too bad. I wanted to ask his opinion about dual stacking before we dropped him off. Dual stacking goes live at 10 a.m. like in just 45 minutes from now.
Crazy.
44 minutes. So we got 15 minutes to figure out what we're going to fill in Find2Earn with today. I wanted to do Cook to Earn, and Hero had suggested that we show people how to make the songs that we're doing. Do we want to make do we want to make a? What do we want to make a song for?
Make a Suno banger. I don't know. I mean, I think we should do maybe something for Stacks Tribe.
Yeah, do we want to make a Stacks Tribe song? Maybe we'll do that.
Dual taking song.
Dual
Yeah, Stack Stripe song. I would so much love that. Oh my
Yeah, let's do it. I was gonna suggest. I already have a pretty fly dual stacking song anyway. Yeah, so let's do Stacks Tribe song. We'll figure it out. Hero needs a song for Stacks Pot. You know what we can do? Well, we'll show everybody. This is what we'll do. This is how we'll do it. Okay, we'll demonstrate how to make the songs. We'll do a song for Stacks Tribe, and we'll show everybody how to use Suno. It'll only take about 10 minutes, and then we'll drop the link for the Suno the free credit sign up, so everyone can try it out, and they can make songs for whatever they want. Drop the link to the song they created in the live chat, and we'll look at it throughout the day, and we'll pick, the three of us will pick the best song, and I'll send somebody 10 STX for whoever creates the best ecosystem song. Right? So we'll use Stacks Tribe as the example, so we can show everybody how to do it. And then so we're gonna do 10 STX and a Stacks Invader. How about that? We'll do the top song gets 10 STX and a Stacks Invader NFT.
Let's go.
That sounds like fun.
Well, Hero, we can do that. Well, I'm going to show everybody and let them all compete. I'm just trying to give the Find2Earn guys something to do today during the segment too. So why don't we do this? I'm going to go. So this is what I'm going to do. I got the Stacks Tribe handle. Do you guys have a website, or is it just the X account right now?
Just the X account. We don't have. You know how much it takes to actually own a website.
Yeah, it's not. No, I understand. I really do understand. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do.
You can talk to the Stacks AI Guild guys. They can vibe code a website for you. So yeah, you know where to reach out to. So yeah, it's easy also to make your own website. Paul, you can do it.
I'm going to show you guys
real quick.
What's that?
So Balu, big shout out to the Stacks AI Guild, man. Balu permissionlessly built an app for the weekly Pokemon tournament that we have in the Stacking It Out Discord. Crazy work, and it's much more streamlined and efficient now, lining everybody up for these battles in the Stacking It Out Discord. So, I definitely second that. The Stacks AI Guild guys can definitely help you vibe code a website if you need one.
Absolutely, and that could actually be an episode that we could do that on stream too at some point.
I think so.
Hero, if you want to join us, you have the link. Come on in and chat.
Come kick it. He's like, why does GP look like a boomer today?
Bad game.
Because I got game.
Yeah, bro. I made something for you, GP. I think you saw it on the timeline. Yeah, I like the vibe that you have right now, bro.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Also, Hyundai. Hajime. Did you guys see that video I made for the Gigaverse AR for Cryptonauts?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could play that too. I wanna play that and show that off. I've been using Google AI Studio, just doing some storyboarding and then running it through a Google AI Studio, and then kind of splicing the clips together with Clipchamp, and seems to be a pretty feasible method for making some marketing material.
Oh yeah, that is
true. Showing off that too.
All right, we have Hero in the house. He's going to help us. He's going to learn with us too.
You are now watching a master.
Come join us, man. You're always welcome, man. Always welcome. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna show you guys how I get the AI to help me make songs for projects in the ecosystem. So this is my Chat GPT. I'm just training it right now on Stacks Tribe. Stacks Tribe is a project that came out of DeOrganized Cohort 3. They are onboarding users to Stacks and Bitcoin via engaging in local native language among new users in Africa, focusing. I don't need to focus on anything. I want to write a song for their project using Suno.
You are now watching a master.
Can you help me?
Did you hear your tagline piece?
What?
You are now watching a master at work.
I like it. I like it. That should be your tagline, though, man. All right. Let's anchor the song around Stacks Tribe's mission, onboarding African builders and creators into Bitcoin via Stacks in their own languages. Wait, is that all pretty much accurate right now?
Yeah, I can hear you very much. You say what?
Why don't we, how about feed the information from the application? Would that help? Or is that too much?
I can probably actually, let me.
Yeah, you can do it, and then you can just simplify it.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can actually do that. Hold on, let me.
We can go through and get the information from all the applicants and do stuff like this.
We can.
That's a smart idea here. That's a good suggestion, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing that with ground evaluation bot that Blockface is doing, and it's taking data from social, it's taking data from the spreadsheet, taking data from spaces.
You guys have access to the spreadsheet?
I don't remember where it is, but we used to, right? I think.
We used to, but it's not public right now. So.
Oh, is it?
It's not on this. Oh, maybe there is a. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. But I have access to the regular spreadsheet, so I won't share it on the screen, so it's not.
It should be public information, though. No, DeOrganized Cohort 2 it was. I thought
Yeah,
it was
it should be public, really, like, because entering is public. There's no reason why this couldn't be public.
Yeah, it just it's got contact information on there, the one I have access to. So I just won't share it on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to dox anybody's information on accident.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Where are we? Stacks Tribe on here.
Stacks Tribe. Ooh, I found it.
There it is. All right.
A community that onboard new user using basics.
Yeah, I got that on the website. That should do.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need all that other stuff anyway. So I got here. Song title. One voice, one chain. Here's the lyrics. Hook.
What? Using ChatGPT.
Yep. How do we want?
That's where everything happens.
Oh, they even give me they want to put it in E minor. All right. You know what? Optional rollout tagline. We don't need to worry about.
So what was what did you ask? You fed in the context, I believe.
So first I just I put the X account link.
Okay.
And just wrote some basic information about it. Then I copied and pasted the same that you saw on the website. So this is public facing.
Yeah.
So this is where I just copied from the D grants recipients page.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it gave me this.
Okay.
So then I'm going to go to Suno. Suno.com.
Great.
I'm going to the create page, the create link. And so here I have two fields. I got lyrics and styles. So I'm going to copy these lyrics exactly like they wrote them. With where it says hook and bridge and all of that, keep that in there because that'll help it structure the song properly for you.
Keep what in there?
Like where it says, like on here where it says intro, hook, verse 1, hook, bridge, final hook, leave all that in there because it'll help structure the song. And so I just I pasted all of that in the lyrics section. And in styles, I never just use what they say for style. I'm going to change some stuff here.
Okay.
But I copy and paste it in there.
What if somebody like me who doesn't know so many different music styles?
But you can use what ChatGPT suggests if you want. It was saying Afrobeat fusion with funk and modern trap elements. That's already not bad. Let me. What's your White? What's your favorite kind of music?
Hip hop.
Add a strong hip hop influence, deep bass.
White, what do you think of Afro pop? Since in Africa, Afro pop and Amapiano is the biggest genre right now.
Yeah.
Like this one.
That combo is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
What would the customers wanna hear? That's what I'm interested.
Yeah.
The people that you want to onboard, what would most of like the list?
Yeah, if it comes down to the customers, I believe 300 is actually right with the Afro pop because right now in Africa it's more like the Amapiano.
Afro pop.
Yeah.
The biggest genre
Taylor Swift of Africa.
Sorry.
Like the Taylor Swift of Africa.
It's more like the house like who's the guy who was doing house? The one with the beat. GB, do you know the guy?
No, I don't. But
you know the vibe.
No.
There you go.
One chain from Lagos to Cape Town, we build again. TikTok block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future be gone, yeah. We move with purpose, code in our soul. Stacking dreams through the vision zone. Bitcoin roots, stats sky high. Decentralized truth, no need to lie. We the stacks, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local hard, global.
It produced really quickly. Like you don't have to wait for like 10 minutes.
Rhythm, innovate, confidence born from every line. Africa rising is our time.
Oh.
Fire.
Too easy. It's too easy. Wow. We don't need music producers anymore.
We the stacks, one voice, one chain.
I'm loving the smile on White Crypto's face right now.
That's all that matters.
Does it say Bitcoin at all? I wish it's mentioned Bitcoin somewhere. Nice. Really good music.
It does say Bitcoin.
Inspired, dude. This is good.
Nice, man.
That's crazy.
This is version 2.
Like, can you try the different ones in the same day? Like, it doesn't cost the credit?
It all takes credits. It all
Like,
takes.
when you press on the right hand side, it takes credit.
What's the sub like?
What do you mean, like a remix edit?
Can you remix to Amapiano?
Homo.
You
What
want
I
me
meant is, like, what is a credit? Like, what's the limitation for me? So I just, when I play around with it, I can be careful.
do you have a? Did you use the Hold on, honey. You want to use your invite link?
Oh yeah, let me send it over.
Send your invite link to the guys. Drop it in the private chat, and then also drop it underneath the live stream so that people watching that want to participate can do that, can use that and get some free credits.
Yeah, let me do that right now. And you can change the vibe, right? Do the version that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah. So what I would do, I have obviously like more credits than I'll be able to use in a month, even making tons of songs, because I just paid for the year and I get monthly credits. So let's make it Amapiano style. And let's go G minor, G sharp minor. It automatically makes 2 for you when you do it. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I might be able to actually change the settings on that, but it takes 10 credits each, I think.
So what's the third and fourth and fifth? Oh, those are the.
This is everything I've made so far.
Okay.
These are all the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dude, Master Chef in the kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah. How many did you make?
It's like how many kids I have. I'm not sure.
There you go. This is the biggest gem in Africa right now.
This the track we ride. Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, need to the game. Teach the block and now they do done. Knowledge for the people, the future be done. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block and now they drift down. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence born from every life. Africa rising, it's on time. We just ask right, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village stores to global fame. Bitcoin power, remember the names. That's right.
Well, Hannah, did you drop that in the comments of the live?
I drop it in the chat. Let me send it on there now. Compliments to the chef.
Insane how fast I think
Guys, there's a zero authority bounty right now. Zero, drop that link in the comments below the live stream so we can share it out later.
There's a bounty?
Yes, there's a bounty on Zero Stories. A new bounty on Zero Stories. Zero Stories.
What?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have the link's not
Oh, that's.
I sent it in the chat.
I'll do it. I'll bring it up in a bit.
Africa in the vibe. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, me to the game. Teach the block in a native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in a native tongue. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence,
the music down a little bit.
Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice, breaking limits, breaking the frame from
Yeah, maybe we can do a for Dogecoin. What do you think?
I think
that's a good thing.
so we can do it. I think doing it for Skullcoin makes a lot of sense. Make a song for Skullcoin.
No, Dogecoin. The one
Oh,
that
Jamie's Dogcoin?
Yeah. I don't know if you have
No.
one yet.
Can I get a
have
copy,
not
please?
seen it yet.
But what I would love, guys, is if somebody else does the next song. So me or maybe what's White Crypto? If White Crypto or me can do the next song, so that we get to learn, and we pick a subject like Dogecoin or.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I dropped.
Please, can I get? Do I get a copy of this song?
Yeah,
or...
man, I'll send you. I'll send all of them to you. I'll send you all of them. You can play with whatever ones you want, man.
What you did on this? What you did on this song? You've combined Nigeria, South African music, all together in one genre, which is Amapiano. It is a fusion of hip hop, dancehall, a little bit of hip hop. So it's a mixture of all those genres.
So White might have some trouble sharing his screen. Hero, maybe you want to screen share and show us how to do it based on what we showed you.
I don't think I can share my screen right now because my phone won't be able to take up that particular image.
I understand the complexity there. Let me. I love this song. It actually, I could let it play all day, but it's honestly, guys, it's like I made one for BoostX the other day that was just like phenomenal. Similar kind of. I started with an Afrobeat idea, and I just evolved it a little bit. It's fire. Like you can really do some amazing stuff. But Hero,
yes,
I want you to take that link, get your free Suno credit.
Give me an assignment, boss.
Share your screen with us. You're going to share your screen. You're going to create a song for. You can pick whatever project you want to make one for. Because I can make songs for all of the projects. So whoever you pick.
Can I pick it for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stacks AI Guild.
All right. All right. Well, Hero, is that comfortable?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Let's go. So now you're watching. We are turning a vibe coder to a musician live on DeOrganized. We are turning Eurogamer to a musician, to a producer right now. Let's go.
Definitely not very like music, like not a master music. I just listen.
You know what you're doing right now is what you did to me to vibe code. So
yes.
No excuses.
Okay,
I got you.
So I need to feed some information about Stacks AI Guild, right?
That's what I do. Yeah, I go to ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
I mean, sometimes I'll actually just write the lyrics myself. I don't always go to ChatGPT for them, or I'll have a lyric starter and then I'll go into ChatGPT. But for these purposes, and you can absolutely just go into ChatGPT, share links about the project. Sometimes I'll start with, what do you know about the Stacks AI Guild, or what do you know about BoostX, or what do you know about Zero Authority, or all of that. By the way, I will share, guys. There is. Let me share. I'm just gonna. I'll put yours back in a second, Hero. I'm just gonna share real quick.
Okay.
There is a bounty live on Zero Authority now for Dog Lane, Bounty Hub. 90,000 PEGI up for grabs. I believe it's for 3 winners. Navigate a new blockchain is not easy. This bounty invites you to open the door for Stacks newcomers and give them the confidence to jump on board. Create a post that shows how to use X First Wallet and to visit Velar, Bitflow, or FactFun and carry out a swap of STX for a token of your choice. Share on X, tag your chosen project from the token swap, tag Dogcoin STX and Zero Authority DAO. Use hashtag all aboard Stacks. 3 winners, 30K PEGI each. And that's over at zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty. So, and I'm going to drop the link for that in the comments below the live stream so you guys can easily find it as well. And without further ado, we're getting to Mixmaster Hero Gamer live.
The legend live. You are now watching a master at work.
So we actually have a website that Blockface used something called Framer to create, and it has like a portfolios, which is pretty nice looking on. But it has a lot of like additional information that I might not need. So I'm just gonna go to. Oh, here's a team of Stacks Air Guild. Looking good.
It's still showing Peggy on the screen.
Oh, really? Oh. Is my screen or whose screen is this?
Your screen
I
should
think
be
Chris.
Zero Authority right
Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, it's on Zero Authority.
Sorry, I thought I switched it off. I must have. What happened? Why does that keep dropping out? All right, your screen is up now, Hero.
Oh, I'm just trying to search for AI Guild information, and there was a website created with like portfolios and stuff, UDC, the stuff that we've done. It's actually got the team, but I think it's almost got too much information on this website, so I'm just gonna go somewhere else to fetch information. And I don't know if you know this app, guys, Team Lurky.
I only heard you guys talking about it briefly yesterday.
It's so good, man. Like if you have a space, what you need to do is like say lurk this space, like basically like listen to this space, and after you'll give you a summary. But what happens is I'll show you the site quickly. You can go and search for coins like Stacks, and it will tell you who are talking about Stacks on Twitter Spaces. It's really cool. It's got the KOLs because Luna, Crush, and Cookie.fun, they have the KOL for written content. But this one has everything about spaces. So, for example, this guy was talking about Stacks on Spaces. Ting Lurky account had a space, and we mentioned Stacks there.
Is this only if you actually tag Lurky in the space, or are they actually tracking all of the spaces?
Only if you tag. So there's about 3 tags per day, which is kind of enough. And you I tag Stacks Town Hall, so you listen to Stack Town Hall, and it has all the information about that space. It knows exactly who attended as well. It's super smart, like whatever they created. So yeah, shout out to them. Why did I come here? Oh, because I wanted to show you. I work with the founder to put our shows on there as well. So it actually has an AI Guild space. And I wrote like a bit of information about it. Actually, there's more. So I'm just going to go to my DM and fetch that, because I thought it was pretty good. Here you go.
You can make a song about Lurky.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll send them for
Big
free.
shout out to Didi. He put me on to Lurky a minute ago. He's pretty ahead of the curve.
Oh
on
yeah,
this one.
it's just such a useful platform. Like they're just having the TGE right like now, but even without the token, it's just so useful. So this is the information about Stacks AI Guild. So what do I say? I want to make a song. Make a song on Suno about Stacks AI Guild. Here is the information about Stacks AI Guild. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
And the handle is this.
I don't think there's a need for a handle.
Okay, cool. Enter. Perfect.
So now it gives you all the type of genres: lo-fi, upbeat, electronic, pop, rock, rap, cinematic. So you can tell it which type of vibe that you feel.
I want a vibe that caters to all. I think I just want a popular one. Now let's do a Web3 one. I want to pop it to AI enthusiasts. Enthusiasts. How do you spell enthusiasts? Okay. Okay, it's done it now. Sudo prompt. So I take this to Suno, right?
Yep. You take that to Suno, and you're gonna copy the lyrics. You should have. There you go.
Oh, custom. Oh, okay. There's simple and there's custom.
Right. You can actually just drop all of that into the simple. I like using custom.
Okay, lyrics. Oh no, that's not lyrics. This is this style?
Yep.
Yeah, the style.
Where is the prompt? Ah, here. Okay. Prompt box.
And then you go take the lyrics.
I didn't even read the prompt, to be honest. So I'm
You
just gonna
you don't
you
have
copy you copy the title.
copy the title. Yeah.
I remove the title. You start from the verse.
Verse 1. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters, to be honest, but you don't want
to. When I did that last time, it read the title and say title. No. It started singing. No.
It doesn't say about Bitcoin. I think. Let me just double check.
Or you can just tell it to add a little bit about Bitcoin also in the verse or chorus, and then it changes the lyrics.
Bit about Bitcoin. Does it say about crypto? Web3. That's okay. And crypto. There you go. Right, here's the updated version. Okay, copy. Lyrics, verse 1. Okay, it has Bitcoin now. That's good. Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's good. Okay.
Okay, right. Okay. What do I do next? Should I add anything else? Advanced options, whatever that is.
I haven't actually played with those very much.
Yeah.
The weirdness
Even
one
me.
is interesting to me, but usually because I'm making things about ecosystem projects and I want it to be more serious.
I want a female, I think. Let's see. Okay. I can choose male and female.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's it? Create?
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, you're now a producer.
Producer, rapper, all that.
Yeah.
All in one.
A burger flipper.
Oh, all packed in one.
Back to McDonald's.
Oh, so you made 4.
That's right. The first, when you're using the, it does. I forget exactly how
The
that
freemium.
was.
Upgrade
Yeah.
for a full song.
Oh, you're not able to get
Oh, that's right.
the high quality ones.
The high quality ones are only for if you pay.
Yeah.
Well, high quality as in what?
They tend to be a little bit better songs, but so the 2 on the bottom will still be awesome.
Okay.
Just yeah, you can
As in like audio quality better, higher quality, or is it like the
they tend to just be better songs. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why it would.
It'll be.
Yeah.
You won't hear that it's AI when they're the top 2s, but the last ones they just give you a decent one. But those top 2s, you play, if you can play the top one, it is finished. You can hear if you go down. We can start off with the one that
you can
finished.
play, I can play already?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it whilst it's still rendering.
Very poppy. That's a very movie.
We cannot hear the side.
You can't hear it. You might have when you share the tab. Are you sharing your
Can you
screen
see
or
me?
the tab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't hear the music.
How do I
Yeah.
share the music then?
When you share,
When you click the share button.
are you sharing your tab or are you sharing the whole screen? I think you're
I'm
sharing.
sharing the whole Windows.
There might be an option to turn music on. So when you click your screen share button,
Okay.
you should have an option.
Audio output.
No,
Yes.
that's not it. That's not it.
It's
I
like a
don't-
little ticker in the bottom right corner.
No, yeah. When you click share your screen, the option to share your screen, like you can share the tab instead of.
Also share tab audio. Should I turn that on?
Yes.
Okay, I did.
And now you just got to reshare the tab.
Music?
Negative.
No.
You hear music?
No,
You
because you're
can
not
say-
sharing the tab. You're sharing the whole screen. So you got to just share the tab. So pick the
gotcha.
share tab option.
Yeah. Let me close a few windows. Okay. Well,
Still nothing.
I
hold
think
on,
you
let me
can
put-
share
hold
the
on,
links.
There it is.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
a very like the cinema, like a Pixar cinema kind of thing.
The bottom right hand corner is a volume. Is that super? I don't know if it's like at the bottom right hand corner on the page. There should be like a little volume slider.
I don't see it.
Way
here.
over. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah, bring
let
it
me
down.
try
Bring it to halfway because it's super loud. I couldn't hear you talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here.
Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. Oh.
Plug in the dream, we're online tonight. Builders and thinkers chasing the light. AI sparks.
It's a very pop song.
Very pop song.
Our worlds align.
which I don't mind because I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Like really, like it's not all about what we like. Like you had asked
it's about what
earlier, it's what the audience is going to appreciate and listen to. So.
It's a very in a cinema kind of like, you know, what's the movie Dragons?
Yeah, a little bit.
You on
Okay,
board
let's
with
try the
this?
next one.
Congratulations, Carol. You're now a music producer.
Insane.
Thanks.
You have graduated. This is
3
nice.
minutes. Wow. How about this one? I like this.
I actually think I like this one best so far.
Yeah. AI. I like this. I like this one.
And I think if you click the 3 dots next to the song, like to the right of the song,
yeah,
that gives you down. You can download the MP3.
This one's good. Lyrics. Clear with the lyrics. Okay, so basically now I just need to put it into like a CapCut, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can download the MP3.
Visuals together.
This one is a wave.
Of commercial use. Oh, you really? I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can't use it. You can't use it unless you can.
Oh,
like if you could download anyway, you can still download it, but you're not technically you don't have the commercial rights to the song with your.
That's okay. I'm not selling any product,
No.
so I think I'm actually pretty in my previous jobs. I know about all this kind of rights and stuff, so I know what to do, what not to do.
I mean,
Really, you do whatever you want, and if it ends up being a huge hit, you just won't get the money for it. They'll keep it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Now in the AI Guild, what I try to encourage is I will now go and teach somebody else how to do it, so that we pass on that knowledge. So you are my, let's say, the AI music producer teacher, and I will go and teach somebody else.
Awesome. And honestly, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into the Skullcoin Sigma chat, let all the regulars know that we have a contest that they can. I'll give them. I'll link to the post with Hana's referral link, so they can all get free credits, and I'll have them make a song about Skullcoin as a contest, and then we can. We'll give them 10 STX and a Stacks Invader to whoever wins. We'll give them till the end of the live stream to submit, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. And wait, DM me your email address. I think I have it somewhere anyway, but DM me your email address, and I'll send you all of the ones I made for the Stacks Tribe this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take permission. I believe I will be going off now because my phone can actually handle. I'm getting what's it called, temperature overheating here. So thank you guys for having me here. It's actually been an honor being here, and I'm looking forward to always coming back again to share with the Stacks community what we have actually accomplished and what we have next for them. So thank you.
Right on, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you, and looking forward to seeing you guys grow with the Stacks Tribe. Psyched about the project, man. Thank you for joining us today, and we can just play them on. We can do you share your screen and play
play one, then I'll share my screen and play one, then you share your screen and play one. We'll play 4. We'll each play 2.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You know what? I'll let you decide. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I think 3 wants to go first.
Let's go. I'm sharing my screen now. Is my screen showing?
Hold on. Let me shut this music off here. And yes, you're ready.
Okay.
Find it, earn it, stack it up. Stack it. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Never. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Light it. Find2Earn, yeah, we level up. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Play the game, let your score multiply. Sanitrons, well, you know the vibe. Bitcoin energy, stacks for life. Drums hit heavy bass lines insane. Guitar shred through the blockchain range. GBSC drop codes, fans go wild. Peace, love, music with the energy style. Stack your wins, unlock the loot. Quest complete, now earn that proof. Every clue leads to digital gold. Bitcoin mission, brave and bold. Find it, earn it, yeah. Senatron, turn it. Stack the Bitcoin, burn it. Whole squad, confirm it. Lasers, power-ups, flashing lights. Game night in the metaverse heights. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Find2Earn, yeah, we level up. Thoughts blow, drums crash big. Crowd chants echo like arena gigs. Bitcoin stacks, the gang's all here. Find2Earn, the future's clear. Find2Earn. Find2Earn. Stack your wins. Stack your wins. Bring that speed. Game Master Senatron. Let's begin.
I like it. That was really good. That was good. That was
nice.
good.
Incredible. How do you get so many changes?
Oh yeah, I told you that I need.
I need to go to a Suno class with you guys. We talked about Suno like a month
You have
ago,
to.
and then like a month later, you guys. I remember the first time I showed 300 Suno. I saw the tweet where he's like, "If I win a Grammy, you're gonna buy me a Lambo. I'm gonna keep you to that." But like,
Definitely.
there's
the
a
yellow
lot of
Lambo.
changes there. There were like, what? I came halfway through the song,
3.
and there were 7 changes. How do you do that?
I told you that I need a rock, dubstep, and a trap. So it mixed all the 3. So I put on the lyrics and I aligned that. I need the rock part to be this type, this segment of the lyrics, and I need the trap part, and I need the dubstep part. So yeah.
Look, you know how I've been teaching you guys like vibe coding and shit. You need to teach me what this magic.
We will. We showed Hero last week, and he
It's
made
time
like
for me to be the
awesome
beginner
shit.
again.
There's
Yeah.
there's a Suno episode where we just did nothing but like breaking down how to put in like bridges and like chorus and all of that.
All right. Are you guys ready for my first entry here? We
Let's
got
go. I'm rooting for you, peace.
Maps up, game on, coordinates flash, let's go. Let's go. The crib, the drops go light and the show is loud. No cap, DeOrganized on the flow. Find on the rush, only legends in the know. Why we on 100 again? Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in life, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Gold coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stacks that's higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Why are we on 100 again? Sinatron lit, piece got the spin. DeOrganized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layers, stacking for real. Prick, compete, and seal the deal. Runner forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Score coin, legend, track to track.
That beat was kind of sick. I ain't gonna lie.
That was the best one of like.
That's incredible.
But there's another one that
wow.
I saved a different one. It's a little bit longer, but Hannah, I actually think Hannah's was more dynamic, to be honest.
I agree.
Hannah's
You
was
cool,
more
bro. I like
related to Skullcoin, or at least
You're the founder, so I believe you won. You know? I'm trying to get a DeOrganized grant over here. You know what I'm saying? So, you're the leader. I think you won.
Yeah. So are we ready for the second one? Or
Let's do the second one.
How many minutes should I play this? Because this one is long.
Play it all. We no one's stopping us.
Run that.
Find you.
You have until 10.
Welcome to the Game Masters world. Built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Let's go. the key. Signals and riddles decode the scene. We the hunters in this crypto dream. Game masters throne electric crown. One slip up, system shuts you down. But the wise ones ride the lightning turn. Victory belongs to those who learn. Is the code divine? Stacks in motion, time to shine. DeOrganized energy, global flame. Bitcoin's heartbeat in the game. We're verdict, find to win. Stay awake, don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on check, power surge. Every tweet, feel the urge. Stay awake, don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on chain, power surge. Share the tweet, feel the urge. Find to Find to earn. Built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Do not get lost. Pay attention.
Oh yeah, that was a
That
mix
was
of dubstep,
sick.
trap, and rock.
That was dope, man. Very dope.
The build up was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was good. I actually like your first one better. I did like your first one better. So far, your first one, in my opinion, is the best one. You guys ready for this?
Most def.
This goes hard. Club banger made swagger a battle. Trash, trash fix, I'm a swagger a battle. Trash, club banger made swagger a battle. Trash, 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 trash. Hard, club banger, her, banger, her, banger, her, banger, her, banger, her. This goes higher. Maps up, game on, coordinates flash, let's go. Decrypt the drop, skull light in the show. It's live, no cap, organized on the flow. Find earns the rush, only legends in the know. Find earn, we on the hunt again. Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in live, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Skull coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stack sets higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Find we on a hunt again. Cinetron lit, peace got to spin. The organized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layer, stacking for real. Decrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Find on forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Score coin legend, track to track. Find yeah, we on that stack. Music, this goes money. love music. DeOrganized.
Wow. Dope.
Fire.
Blockface left because he didn't want to say that Hunter won.
Yo, I liked the lyrics in Peace Love Music's. You know, it was very. It seems like the lyrics were kind of like almost like focused on, whereas like in like Hana's music, it was like the structure of the music, how it was like had little different changes, and I really dig the beats. The beat drop was sick on Hana's second song, as well as like the first one was really well rounded. Had a lot of. It was very dynamic. So I'd have to say Hana took the cake on this one.
Orange.
I have to do it to you, Peace. 301.
Let's go.
Let's go. No, that's not. Listen, you're not doing anything to me, man. We're just here to have fun. I don't want people to like. We have. Where are we? Wow.
The change.
10K views now.
Cook the change.
Let's go. That's good. Maybe we have to do the format differently.
Yeah. Another. So the next battle. What's the topic? So the judges are going to choose the topic.
The judges will choose the topic, and we'll figure it out from there, I guess.
Yeah, I think that doing something surrounding like GameFi, getting ready for Cryptonauts, maybe like something like that, and streaming gaming, DeFi, you know, how they all, I don't know, how DeOrganized can cover all bases.
Yeah,
we can do that.
Encompassing all aspects of the blockchain technology on which we build.
I like it.
Hey, Peace, is there a possibility that I can get the instrumental of the last song that you played? Because that beat.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get the stems for you. So that last one, by the way, so like part of my prompt for all of these was like after, as I'm iterating, I'll add things in the prompt and I'll be like, so like where I put like this goes hard and like this is a club banger, you know, that kind of thing in the style section on Suno. And it brought out, only one time did it actually put that into the lyrics. I don't know why. Like I had that in a prompt over and over again, and then just one time it was like, put that in the lyrics. So that last song I played had 1 minute and 10 seconds of, you know, this goes hard, something about being in a battle, a club banger and all of that. Had nothing to do with Find2Earn. So I was like, but that beat actually was the one that goes like that beat was bananas. Like I couldn't, so I was just like, to be honest with you, how easy is it though to make like 6 songs? You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Can make whole albums within a day.
Yeah, exactly.
In a day. About whatever subject you want.
Just all of it, all in one, through prompting. It's insane how powerful Suno is shaking up the game. And there's a couple different ones that do the same thing, like, you know, a couple different AIs that can cook you out a whole song in less than 5 minutes. But yes, it's crazy how Suno is changing the game.
It's nuts.
Yeah, and also it's changing the game for people like me who are facing these legal issues with producers. They sending copyrights of the songs that I already did back in the days. So yeah, imagine what I did over the weekend. I managed to write like 3 songs using Suno. I made the beat and I told the type of beat that I want and then the style that I want, and then it makes me the beat, write the lyrics, record, then ship it to iTunes without even fear of getting copyright claims.
Yeah, and that's the like, you can ship these out, you can make playlists, you can really do some real stuff, and it's crazy, but it's amazing what we can do with this stuff. So I do have a hard stop in about 30 minutes, and I haven't done the news yet. And I screwed up the news post, by the way. Like I didn't do that all exactly right. I'm a little bit off today.
Love you, dude, man. It's all right, Steve, man. Dude,
Somehow we got 11,000, 12,000 viewers now. Thank you, everybody. By the way, those that are watching and tuning in, welcome to DeOrganized Media, where we play games and have fun as often as we can, while also informing you about what's going on in Bitcoin and crypto. And what's going on in the world to the best of our ability. You know what I'm going to do with the news today? We talked about doing this, and we never did it.
Yeah, dude.
I'm going to do the news stories with you guys.
Let's do it.
We'll do the
Let's
news
go.
stories here. I'm going to read the stories out live, and then we'll have a little bit of a conversation on it, and it should take us through the rest of the half an hour. And then after that, we'll play some content from last week, some of the highlights. Stuff we had going on, and we'll have some carriage throughout the day, and then we'll go from there. So let me get into the news here.
Let's go. And all that good energy.
Some interesting stuff happening for sure today. Our first story today: Elon Musk. Oh, let me actually hold on. Let me get our. And get our groove back on a little bit. All right, so Elon Musk says America can't solve its debt crisis. Elon Musk warned that America is on the verge of bankruptcy, arguing there's no way to resolve the nation's soaring debt without massive systemic change. His comments sparked fresh macro anxiety as investors weighing rising deficits, ballooning interest payments, and waning global confidence in the dollar. Markets opened the week under pressure as the debt theme re-entered the mainstream conversation around Bitcoin's role as a hedge against fiscal management. So this has been a problem that people have been talking about my whole life. The debt is growing. It's going to be too much. We can't possibly maintain this level of debt.
50 years later, we can't possibly
keep doing this. But
100 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I am 48. I mean, it's and as long as I've been aware of them talking about this.
1,000 years later. Won't this be an issue in 1,000 years, right?
Well, here's the thing. Inflation gets us out of the problem temporarily, but they got to keep spending in order to make inflation.
Look, we did the same thing at Stacks to spur on the economy. Step 31 is quantitative easing on the blockchain to spur on, the achievement of nation state or network state objectives.
SIP 31 is kind of actually an equivalent of quantitative easing. I can't really argue against that.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be the CMO. I'm not supposed to talk about the truth like this, but yeah.
Well, I don't think that's a exclusive role. I don't think that's a role or a capacity exclusive to the role of CMO, to be honest about things. In fact, I would prefer the CMO be brutally honest and set the ship right rather than lie while we're heading towards that iceberg. You know what I mean?
I find I'm better at the honest part than steering the ship right.
No, that might also be
half of the job.
That might be my skill set as well.
Hey. Hyundai, Toyota, and Sonata.
Hey, honey, in the house.
Purcell, Lamborghini,
MGM,
Ferrari.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I heard you woke up late.
And early.
It wasn't really late. They changed the clocks on us.
I like the fact that Africa is like, you know what? Nah.
I wish we could all do that, to be honest.
I think we can, right?
And also Halloween.
It's like decentralized time.
The problem is I can't start doing the show any earlier than I do.
Hey guys, how do we decentralize time? Sorry. Continue with the news.
In other news, October's crypto flash crash. Did market makers make it worse? Yeah, probably they did. Benzinga reports that October's steep market drop may have been magnified by market makers and thin liquidity conditions. Analysts say forced liquidations triggered a cascade of automated sell orders, driving a temporary disconnect between spot and derivatives pricing. Despite the shock, on-chain data shows long-term holders continued accumulating Bitcoin, underscoring how the L2 ecosystem is absorbing volatility even as speculative flows reset. So yes, in the short answer, yes, I do think that the market makers kind of made the situation worse, especially with things shutting down the way they did and people couldn't get access to markets. Long-term holders continued to accumulate Bitcoin during the process if they could. Part of the problem was people couldn't actually get in to buy the dip, and I think that's why the dip went so severely like it did.
I heard that recruiting is about buying the deep.
Maybe.
You know, like the Punjabi coder.
No, I don't. I didn't understand what you were saying. I still don't quite get it.
It's okay.
Only that it had to be some kind of Punjabi joke.
Yes, a lot of Punjabi names end in Jeep, like Jagdeep.
Oh, Sandeep.
Sandeep, right?
Yeah,
So,
okay.
You know, Deep Seek is a Punjabi doing research, you know, in India.
It is?
No, but it could be.
Like, what? I missed that entirely.
Did you know there was an Indian AI startup that just had Indians giving the answers? You hear about that?
No.
You think I'm joking?
Tell me that. Wait.
There's an AI company that just hired Indians to answer instead of AI.
They didn't create an AI. They went to the call centers that were no longer hiring people.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys all have Chat GPT. Just answer these questions.
So the joke is DeepSeek is DeepSikh. Continue with the news. This must be some sort of affliction, autism or something. Continue.
Balancer. This is actually a crazy one. Balancer faces $70 million exploit. Staked ETH drained. That's DeFi platform Balancer is probing a suspected $70 million exploit involving staked Ethereum that was moved to a new wallet over the weekend. The incident renewed concerns about smart contract vulnerabilities and cross-protocol risk as attackers target yield strategies linked to Ethereum staking. Balancer paused affected pools while security teams traced the funds. Another reminder that trustless DeFi still requires vigilance and rapid incident response. Even more vigilance, I would say, actually. Trustless means you have to verify. That's the whole point. If it's trustless, that means you do not trust it. You have to make sure you know what you're getting into, and if you don't, you're risking your assets.
I like that. Risking your asset.
Yeah, you're risking your ass. That.
You know what they call an Indian on a tightrope? Balancing. Continue.
Balancing. Scott Besant praises. Michael, you're going to give me a racial.
All right.
Scott Besant praises Bitcoin. Macro investor and former Soros Fund CIO Scott Besant described Bitcoin as a global reserve grade asset. that could anchor the next monetary cycle. He praised its finite supply and decentralized security model while contrasting it with governments running record deficits. Besant's endorsement adds institutional credibility to Bitcoin's long-term case and signals growing acceptance of digital hard money within macro finance circles.
I trust anyone with a neck like that.
What?
Look at his neck.
Oh, Blockface, come on.
You're setting
I
me
go
up.
the other way. If I see a neck like that, usually anything that looks kind of like that, I'm a little sus.
That, you know how much money that neck has?
I just don't know how it earned that money. Is really what.
That neck has some stories.
And it's like sideways, like he's got two mouths. What's going on there?
That's incredible. It looks like he has the Unilever logo in his neck. I have to stop.
He loves Ben and Jerry's. What do you want?
Ah, nice. Teeters.
Standard Chartered CEO, all transactions moving to blockchain. Yeah, I tend to agree with this one too. Excuse me, guys. Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters said he expects virtually all financial transactions to migrate to blockchain in coming years, driven by efficiency and transparency demands. The bank has already run pilot projects with tokenized settlements and cross-border payments. His comments highlight the continuing shift from experimental Web3 integration to mainstream financial infrastructure, a trend that supports stacks and Bitcoin L2 adoption momentum. I think it's only a matter of time, right? All of us here are expecting that all transactions are going to end up being on chain eventually. You guys agree? Disagree? What do you
I agree. I mean, it's a ledger. It's a public ledger. You could go. It makes things easier to kind of track, right? And you can't go in there and mince the data.
Oh, this bank is still operating.
What's that? Standard Chartered? Hunter? What were you saying? Did I freeze up?
No, you're good.
Yeah. So, do you guys disagree that pretty much every financial transaction will be on chain eventually? Or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they will be, depending on like I don't know which blockchain it will be that will be used, but like I do agree that they will be on chain. Everything's gonna be on chain. It makes things transparent, and you can't spoof shit if it's on chain.
It's true. I mean, really. So that wraps up the news. I went through all the news stories. What do you guys have going on today?
So I got a new activity schedule for Zest and Stacking DAO dropping in a little bit. I'm gonna select the content contest winners as well as like a few other things, send out some prizes, stuff like that. We have a new participant in the Zest meme coin sprint. The Nakamoto Droid team is joining the sprint. So big shout out to the Nakamoto One crew. You want to follow them at Nakamoto and the number 1. And the ticker is Droid. So that's a huge one. Big shout out to Jerry for setting that up. And a big shout out to Joe Vez and the Lunar Crush team.
Very nice. Very nice
stuff.
Dig it.
And I want to take a look at these hoodies. I've been waiting to do this unboxing for X Inc. Big shout out to Eric from X Inc. I can't wait to check out these hoodies. I'm going to do a little refill. Also, taking a look at Nova. We launched a bounty on Zero Authority. So I'm going to go into the Discord and the Stacking DAO Discord and, take a look at the entries today. You can also submit entries from the Discord as well with a couple slash functions. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, just getting November started off on the right foot, getting things kind of solidified and getting mobilized, man. It's been a good start so far. Hanging with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. So far, it's been a decent start to the month. Aside from being a little bit under the weather, had a great day yesterday with my boys. A really interesting show this morning. A little bit of a different. So what do you guys think? Do we want to maybe do Find to Earn earlier? Does that make sense?
I don't know. I mean, like it does seem like tuning straight into the games and then doing the news together could be a feasible format. I like being able to kind of discuss what's going on in the space with you. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think it'd be a lot of fun for people to just tune in, and the first thing that they get to do is play some games, and then we have our our hunters ready for the rest of the show. So I mean, I don't think that it's a bad idea.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll try it this week. We'll do it for the week. We'll keep it at so.
So we are keeping we're keeping the same time, same format like we did today, right?
We did today. Except for the news will actually probably come closer to 9 o'clock instead of 9:30 because we won't have the battle every day. We will definitely do that again though, and I will definitely come harder next time.
Sheesh.
Bring it on. Always here. But yeah, I like your beats more. So yeah, make sure if you get that instrumental right now,
I'll download the stems and send you all of them.
Awesome. So yeah, I managed to make my monitors working because I had some cables missing because of the renovations. Everything was just all over the place. So I managed to find the cables. So now I'm able to mix and master professionally using my monitor speakers. So yeah, we good to.
Awesome. I haven't actually even gotten into my DAW. That was all just the AI, by the way. I didn't do anything with those beats. I just made them. And then I picked the ones I thought were the best too. Actually, I couldn't pick between the two that I had because they were both different kinds of. Yeah, Eric, I will absolutely be rocking mine tomorrow, for sure. I have just some stuff I got to get through to get to the end of the day today, and then I should have that open. I must come harder next time.
Soundbite.
Let's go.
Isn't that what we're all working on? Coming harder next time.
Damn, son, where'd you find that?
Oh, damn, son, where you find this? This should be played at high volume.
All right,
do some
so
cooking.
for everyone in the know, for everyone to understand, we go live at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. At that time, we open up the weekly giveaway entries, and then we play some content from earlier in the week and or some content about some of our marketing partners and other projects in the ecosystem, letting people know, making sure everyone's aware of what we're doing in the ecosystem. And then how does
blame it on the Jameson. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. New format because Jameson. Yeah. We just blame it on the Jameson.
That's a good hook, though. We could probably sell that.
Oh yeah, bro. We can do that. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah.
All right. So we'll go live at 7:30 a.m. like we've been doing. At 8:30, instead of the news, we'll play Find to Earn rounds, which is the same time for most of the hunters anyway. And then when we're done with Find to Earn, we'll go into the news, and then we'll bring on any guests or anything after that.
That sounds like a plan, dude. Sounds fantastic.
All right. With that, I actually have like meetings for the next like 4.5 hours.
Forever.
I'm in meetings until tomorrow. Yes, we do. Hannah, yes.
So we have to check with the time of CAT because most of the guys will be
Right,
CAT.
probably an hour later than you guys are used.
Yeah.
So it's not it's not in like 45 minutes. It's in like an hour and 45 minutes. Our meeting. So I will just I'm gonna figure out some content to throw on for a little while. You guys stay tuned. Keep tuning in. By the way, if you have anything going on in the ecosystem today, you got a space, you got a show, you got some content you produced, you got a contest, you got a mint coming down the line, drop it in the comments below this live stream. It's pinned to the DeOrganized page. If you're not following DeOrganized, it's at DeOrganized BTC. The pinned post is the live stream, and the comments under the live stream have anything you want going on in the ecosystem today. You go in there, drop it underneath the live stream, and let us know what you got going on in the ecosystem, and we'll get you shared out. GP's showing you. Oh, GP, this is exactly what. So GP's got his screen share going on. Share it out, and we'll put it on the stream. We'll put it on the screen. So make sure you get over. Wait, what are you sharing out there?
So I had a little giveaway over this past week. I'm giving away a memo bot.
Yeah. Nice.
V2. So I'll be selecting a winner today. So I'll be closing this out here in a little bit, but I'll leave it open for just a little while so others can go in here and get their entries in. We got quite a few already, so go get your entries in and drop your SDX ID, tag 3, like and repost, normal stuff for the giveaways, and a chance to win 2 different NFTs from the Gigaverse. So let's go. And all I did, guys, was I went to this post and I clicked the URL, the link, grabbed the link, and then you go over to DeOrganized, just like Peace Love said. Click on this pinned post here, boom, and you just drop it right underneath the comments. In a comment here. You scroll down, you can see I have this here, and it'll be covered on the live. So if you need exposure to anything, this is a very easy way to get it up there on DeOrganized, guys. Go share what you need us to amplify, and we will do that. So yes, all the peace and love to you.
Very good, very good. And whoops, hold on a minute. Didn't want to do that just yet. Sorry. So guys, make sure you go. If you're not following GP, if you're not following Orange, you're not following 300, you're missing out. Make sure you go like and enter into GP's contest. You're getting some OG art on Stacks NFT stuff that you should definitely be getting some. Where's that top hat come from, by the way? That looks kind of familiar.
That top hat, little asset that I found online. I was like, hey, I like this top hat. I think I might have used this top hat. This top hat looks
like it.
It's a magic hat, that one.
Reminds me a little bit of this guy's top hat.
Oh, look at that guy's top hat.
Oh.
In the building.
You got it 3D printed?
Yeah, like I paid way too much money for it too, like 2 years ago.
Dude, it went so bad. And then I was looking at like heat presses and stuff like that for like Lolo was looking for heat presses for shirts and like cups and stuff like that over the weekend too. Just taking a look at what's out there on the marketplace, and I mean, I think that we should do some merch. We should do some merch drops.
Word, bro, you're getting into the field that we're in with Wi-Fi, and that's a good trade. You gotta have like a laser, 3D printer, heat press, Mac press, bro. You're good. You'll be good.
Oh yeah, dude.
I dig it, guys. I do gotta kind of transition to the next segment because I gotta get I got to get the show roll. I got to get the content rolling. There's a little bit of Jesus for your day. I love you guys. I really do.
Awesome. And
We have way too much fun on this show, but it's if it's not fun, why do it? As Ben and Jerry's once said. That's 2 times we mentioned Ben and Jerry's today.
Damn, I gotta eat some Ben and Jerry's. Let's go.
Just do it for the win.
Let's go. And GP, just know that I caught some wins for you on the finals. I caught some wins for you on the finals against Crypto Dude, bro.
Let's
I was
go.
cooking yesterday. Yes, sir.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, dude. Working on the gameplay. We gotta do some streaming for that. But yeah, peace. I shall see you in the meeting. And
yeah, I'll see you guys in the meeting. I'll catch you guys later. Orange, much love, man. Good to see you back. Don't
Yes,
be
sir.
here. Make sure you keep coming. We love you. And,
Always coming.
I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday, bringing you the news, some fun, some entertainment, hopefully some education and entertainment. Never financial advice. Always do your research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And with that, we are out. Catch you later. Stay tuned throughout the day. Peace. All right, guys, we are going to be live with the BFF Army boot camp number 1 for DeOrganized and yours truly, Peace Love Music. We're going to go through the HODLMM platform that is launching soon. We're pre-launch right now. Concentrated liquidity market maker on stacks. Presented by Bitflow, and the Bitflow boys will be joining us as well. And let me just get that screen on there. All right, Diego, what's up? We got Big Mac. What's up, Kenny? Thank you for joining us today. Guys, today we are going to go through the BFF Army, where it's a community-powered education hub for Bitcoin DeFi and the HODLMM on Bitflow. We're going to walk you through the platform, walk you through the project, and show you how to qualify to get your badge and your rank or your role in the BFF Army. Welcome, Diego. How you doing today, man?
I am good. Pleasure to be here. Get this kicked off. Get this started. It's a big launch for the whole ecosystem. This is a pre-launch bootcamp, which means if you're watching, participating, it's just a chance to get ahead of the launch and get ready for a concentrated liquidity engine for Bitcoin on Bitflow, powered by Stacks as well. So happy to be here. Peace.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I think if you flipping through, as you click next or click on each lesson, it'll open a new tab for you, so then it won't be on the screen that you were on before. For the
Yep, this is good. Exactly, and this brings beneficial benefits to both the LPs, like you mentioned, but also the traders, right? Because each of these price points, as we call bins, we're going to go over. As long as there's enough liquidity within that price range in an order book style. So if I'm willing to sell stacks for 25 cents and I added that, as long as there's enough liquidity, when you do a swap, you're going to get 25 cents, no slippage, zero slippage for traders as well. So that's also a benefit because each of these price points are considered, bins, but they're treating them as an order book. So if I'm literally putting on the contract that I'm willing to sell stacks at 26, I'm willing to sell stacks at 27, 28, 29, or the other AMM, the legacy ones, uses 0 to infinity, right? So you can have a very deep bin with the specific price range, and that allows for very large trades with slow slippage and low fees as well. So that deep liquidity is beneficial to everyone, right? And like you said, on the other side, as an LP, you can kind of choose the different strategies that we're going to go over and also concentrate liquidity where activity is actually happening. I think that's the biggest change between the two. And it's the reason concentrated liquidity became such a popular AMM. Yes, I think you scroll down under quick links, you may have it, but maybe not. It's all good. I think we can play the video and then I'll jump in it as well. Yep. And just to make sure you're sharing, yeah, you are sharing the right one. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think you can pause it every screen. I think it'll make a little. If you can make this full screen, that'll be awesome. Peace. If you can click on the. Yeah. There we go. I think the main difference with bins, yeah, you can start with that, is you're gonna have three types of bins, right? You're gonna have a bin with token X, a bin with token Y. In an AMM, it's the same thing, A and B. You have two tokens. The active bin, which is where the price is happening, is where you have both tokens. This is where the swap is happening, right? So the difference between an AMM and this is that liquidity is now distributed across bins with the fixed width, spacing between them, and a price, right? So token X and token Y are swapped at a fixed price in the active bin. So like I said, if the active bin is stacks at 27 cents, that is the exchange rate that you're getting, right? So as long as there's enough liquidity within one bin, you're getting zero slippage, because the liquidity provider is basically saying, I am willing to sell stacks at 27 cents, and you said I'm willing to buy it at 27 cents. Done deal, right? So every bin, I like to think of them as micro pools, but every bin represents a single price point. And the difference between these bins is what we call a bin step. So it's just like, does it go from $1.01, $1.02, $1.03? Think of these as individual bins with different prices, right? So just kind of like an order book. So in this example here, let's just say that Bitcoin is at 94K. The bin step, every pool is going to have different bin step, but the bin step is 10 basis points, right? So the difference from one bin to the other is 0.10%. We would have, I think you can press play, we would have this example here of bins, right? So you can see that one side is all Bitcoin, the other side is all USDC. And if you can pause here, you would have a bin at 94,000, then a bin at 94,094. And then you would have another bin with 94,188, then 94,282. So these are different bins that have liquidity set at that price, right? So this allows the liquidity provider to say, I'm willing to buy or sell my token at this price, and I'm willing to provide liquidity at this price. And you, as a trader, you also get the benefit that if there's enough liquidity with that bin, you're paying zero slippage, because the price is already set, right? So the AMM is moving through bins as opposed to moving through the whole liquidity everybody added. So if you added 3 million liquidity to the legacy pools right now, everyone's liquidity is in the same curve. In this case, it depends on how much liquidity is in each bin, right? So that gives us more precision as a liquidity provider, but also gives benefit to the trader as well. So, and then the active bin is going to have both. That's the tokens that are getting swapped. Once that swap is complete, then it all becomes Bitcoin or all becomes USDC, depending on, the demand of the market, right? So as the price moves in and out, the bins change and get swapped over for the other asset, right? Exactly. Yeah, and also the slippage will also be lower, right? So it depends how much bin as much, yeah. Depending on how many bins you're getting, that's how many, then the slippage will also change. But the less bins it's using, the lower the slippage as well. So yeah, I think we can do hands-on. Reminder that everything that we're covering here and more is on the BFF Army self-guided, which is the one that Peace here is following. So I think if we show, it's a little bit easier, but every step of how to open a position, how to manage an active position, how to close the position, it's all here. yeah, you got a lot of positions there, Beast. And a reminder that this is in beta, so you will mint test tokens to continue testing this out. If you haven't already, if you're not in beta already, just there's a link, which is waitlist.bitflow.finance that's being shared here. And then you'll be able to have access to the beta right away and get that early start playing around with beta before HODL comes out live. You would increase the range of your position, increase the liquidity depth of your position, but you would still have, it's still one position, right? No. Exactly. Just add it to it. Yep. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see your positions, and maybe you want to do 1% there on the corner just to zoom in a little bit more. Yep. And then, yeah, exactly. Perfect. So you can kind of see that you have, if you hover over these bins, you can kind of see what these bins are, right? So on top of the price, you have, in this case, USDC, and it shows you how much liquidity you have in each of those bins. Below the price, you have the other token, token B, which in this case is going to be BTC, right? So you can kind of see that you have a little bit more of USDC than BTC in this pool, either because it got swapped or because you added more USDC. The main thing is that one of the key things is also the flexibility. You're able to add liquidity to both sides, to one side, any amount of liquidity on any side. So that's also very, very beneficial. Just add TBTC, exactly. Yep. Yep. And if you click pool liquidity as well, you can kind of see the whole pool liquidity on that tab. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of see that there is more USDC liquidity in the pool. so than BTC, which is also part of the pool composition, right? Yes, that is an indication. Think exactly like an order book. You're basically seeing a bunch of orders or a bunch of people adding liquidity at a certain price range that they're willing to swap for BTC, right? So they're willing to, to swap their USDC for BTC at that specific range. If you click on pool stats, I think you can see you should be able to see the pool, the current balance of the pool. Yeah, all the way up top where you see your pool liquidity. Yeah, if you click on pool stats on the first one, so you see that there's 80% USDC in that pool and 19% BTC in the pool, right? So the price is defined by the composition as well and the market demand. That's what moves the price up and down. That big bin that you see in the middle, that's the active bin. That's the white bin. That's the bin that has both tokens. As you can see, when you hover over, you see that there's 112,000 USDC and about 10.10, 0.11 BTC, right? That's where the swap is happening. That's where the activity is happening. Anything above is one token. Anything below is one token. As this amount, let's say the 10 TBTC gets swapped, that whole bin becomes green. In this case, it becomes USDC, and then it goes to the next bin, right? And then once that bin gets swapped, it goes to the next bin. It goes up or down depending on which way or which direction of the swap. If you're swapping USDC for BTC or if you're swapping BTC for USDC. So each of those bins are working together, but individually they're providing the liquidity. And if it's a wide range, if you're trying to swap 200, 300,000, it's probably going to get 2 or 3 bins at the same time. Yep, exactly. Yep, I can jump in on managing active liquidities. I think I have a couple that are out of range. If I can share screen, I can jump in and show you. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Let me know when you guys are seeing my screen. All right, cool. So same thing, I have my positions here. If it's green, it means that I'm within range, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But with a concentrated liquidity, because you're choosing the bins and the price ranges where you're adding liquidity, you may be out of range or within range depending on the price that you're providing, right? So that's where it requires managing, right? Because maybe you added liquidity for stacks at 36 cents, but the price is at 24. So that's where the activity in the swap is happening. So you may be out of range, right? You may not be making any fees at that point. Or maybe that is your strategy. Maybe, your strategy is to wait for the prices to go up and start providing liquidity at a certain range. And then when you see this notice here, for example, with the dog and BTC pool, it says I'm out of range. There's a little yellow sign that basically says my position is out of range. And all this means is that it means that the liquidity that I added, does not match the current price range, right? I have very little liquidity. It's probably outside of this range. And therefore I am not not making any fees at that moment, right? But if I go to, let's say I go to my stacks in USDC pool, you can see my beta tokens here. Like Peace, I do not have 69,000 in this pool. You can see the price range, right? So I chose to provide liquidity between 34.29 and 36.37. That is the range of liquidity price that I added. You can see my earnings and then also the 7-day or 1 day or 30 days TVL, which is a way to measure sort of your return on it. You can see the pool stats here. So there's about 37% stacks to 62% USDC. And when you zoom in this position, let's zoom in the position here, full liquidity, you can kind of see the price moving up and down, right? And that's where you as a liquidity provider, you would say, okay, based on this price, based on how the token is moving, I want to provide a liquidity in these bins or this bin, right? So as you can see, there's just a little bit of stacks in USDC here. When this liquidity is over, swapped for one to the other, it's going to go over to the next bin. And then the next bin is going to have 2 tokens as well, and so forth, right? So how to manage the liquidity. So looking at, this is a good pool, I guess. So you can always add more liquidity on top of your existing liquidity, okay? So let's go to my positions. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, I have a very wide range of liquidity, right? But the price of stacks has been hovering around, what, 35 and 35.7, right? So I have a lot of liquidity here and a lot of liquidity here that either got swapped at a lower price, or because you as a user, you added a very wide range, right? So what I could do is I could come in and remove liquidity, right? And I can remove any amount. I can remove 100% of my liquidity, or I could remove 75%, and I could remove full, meaning from the whole pool, or I can do custom the same way. The same way I add liquidity, I have the flexibility to also remove liquidity in a specific range, right? So let me zoom in here a little bit. So as we can see, most of the liquidity, most of the trading activity is happening within this range. So maybe, I can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to remove liquidity from these bins. I can remove 100% from those bins, right? Because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I'm going to get some USDC back, and then I can add it back. So basically, I'm removing 100% of liquidity from bins 34.3 to 35.5, which are these bins right here. So I have that flexibility. I can also remove both. I can remove one side. I can remove any amount. I can remove 50%, 75%. As you can see, 50% is going to cut it right in half. So you can kind of see your bins and your liquidity in a visual way. So because there's not a lot of activity, or maybe because I don't believe stacks is going to go drop below 35 cents anymore, I can just come in here and say, you know what, I'm going to remove 100% of the liquidity from this price range to this price range. And then I'm going to get my USDC back. Type in my password here. All right, I'm also confirming in my wallet, so you can see transaction pending here. And then I can also remove liquidity from this side, okay? So I can remove liquidity from this side of the pool. And then from that point on, you as the pool LP, only you can remove and add liquidity, okay? And from that point on, I can come in and be like, okay, you know what? I'd like to add more liquidity closer to the range, right? And let's say I'm going to add another 45,000. So you can kind of see my positions there, and I can change the shape as well. So the dark one is the new one, and the orange is the previous position that I had, right? So you can kind of see how it stacks up, right? I'm adding more liquidity to the bin, therefore the bin is becoming deeper. I can look at the pool liquidity and say, you know what? I noticed that there's not a lot of people providing liquidity in this range right here. So I'm going to be even more precise. And I'm also going to add a little bit of USDC, maybe a little bit more. So if I zoom in, you can kind of see, like, I'm providing liquidity in those 7 bins. I can see my positions. I can see what the active price is. But I can also see that there's not a lot of liquidity in the pool. So that gives me an opportunity to say, you know what? There's a bunch of liquidity here, a bunch of liquidity below, but I'm going to add within this price range. So that's going to be between 35 and 5, 36, 7 bins. You can drag and drop, or you can use the price range is here. It doesn't matter, or you can type the price. That's okay as well. It all adds up to the same. And then the distribution volatility strategy is basically how you're distributing liquidity across those bins, right? Is it going to be a spot where it's equal, every bin receives the same amount? Is it going to be curve, where I'm adding more liquidity closer to the price range and less liquidity as I move far out? And then also bid ask, which is the opposite. I'm providing less liquidity closer to the price range and more liquidity as I move out. So if I think that there's going to be a lot of volatility, maybe this is a good example of it. Just going to do a simple spot, as you can see here. Let me do, yep. So I'm going to do simple spot liquidity, and then I'm adding more liquidity on top of it. So I removed from one side and added to the other, right? So that's how you start managing your liquidity. Transaction confirmed. You can also go to activity here and kind of see, like, I added liquidity. I removed the liquidity, how much I removed. All these transactions are on chain, of course. And then I added an additional liquidity, right? So now that's how you manage your position. And you can do that for various reasons, you know, because maybe once you added single-sided, all your tokens got swapped. So now you're ready to get some USDC back. Or maybe prices moved very fast and you're out of range and you want to bring it within range again. So whatever the strategy may be, right? With tokens let's go USDC to BTC, for example. Let's see how the liquidity is. So let's see pool liquidity. So you can kind of see this. It's very clear that there's a concentration. There's a lot of USDC just around this area, right? And you can see the price ranges as well. Let's go to USDC. Okay, so you can see how there's where liquidity kind of stands, which also gives, like you said, Peace, it gives like where's the market sentiment is, right? Is the market willing to provide more liquidity here, and so forth. So right off the bat, I see that there's a lot of liquidity USDC for Bitcoin under, you know, what is that, between 92.5 and 93. There's a lot of liquidity there, and not enough below. But then also there's a little bit of Bitcoin here on this side, right? So not a lot of Bitcoin either. So that means that it's very thin type of liquidity, and it's going to go to the next bin as soon as it gets swapped. So when I look at my positions, I have a pretty much balanced spot, right? I have basically 7,000 USDC on one side and almost 7,000 TBTC, if you want to say so, on both sides. So I'm within range, right? But I could always remove it. I could always say, you know what? I want to remove it 50%. From a specific range, and I could do that, and I could remove it, you know, from both sides, or I could just go in and remove just Bitcoin, or I can remove just USDC in this case as well. So you can see here how it changes, you know. Now I'm getting my TBTC back, or I'm getting both back. So that's the flexibility. And you can add and remove liquidity at any given moment. Of course, you can always close your liquidity 100%, remove it full, and you get both of your tokens back, right? So there's a couple strategies with that, which I'll cover quickly. But let's say you only have stacks, right? And you want to add single-sided liquidity. What you could do is you can say, I'm willing to sell my stacks, but only between 38 and 40 cents, right? So let's just say here, so I'm willing to sell it for that range, right? So if we zoom out, we can kind of see what the price is, right? The full liquidity is. But I'm saying, like, I'm willing to sell it just when it hits this amount, right? Between 36 cents and 37 cents, right? Or the other way around, I'm willing to buy it, right? Let's say I'm willing to buy between, 34 and 33. So that's also a way to do single-sided liquidity, but you're also doing a limit order basically, because you're saying, I'm willing to provide liquidity. I have some stacks, but I'm willing to provide it only at this range. So what's going to happen once the price moves, your tokens are going to get swapped A for B. And that's also a way to do a limit order and get paid while you swap, right? So it's a good strategy as well. And once it hits that price range, then you start also accumulating fees. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do in like shaping your strategy, but I think the flexibility can be used in many creative ways. So it's the bootcamp recruit. That's the first role. Yep, and for those in the live boot camps, we have a form where we will airdrop some Stacks tokens so you guys can test this out. I see Bethel asking, where do I get my Stacks wallet? If you go to the BFF.army and you click the self-guided, okay, there's going to be a resource here which has the official links, but also the basics of downloading an Xverse or Leather wallet, understanding fees. So that's always make sure you're following the official links. Download the Leather wallet, save your seed phrase, do all that good stuff, and you can submit. That form. So ideally, this guide, you can do it at your own pace. We want to see how many people can graduate, go over through the sections and the courses, and then graduate. And then by graduating and finishing the theory test, you get this role and access to a private channel on Discord where people are going to be sharing strategies and tips and all of that good stuff, as well as weekly giveaways for those that have completed the boot camp and have graduated. And we are going to have advanced and intermediate boot camps as well. This is the first one. This is the pre-launch in beta, but we're going to have a weekly boot camps as well. So you're going to find them all here under the BFF Army calendar. We're going to have a bunch of guides that's created by the community. So if you want to participate, stay tuned. There's also other zero authority bounties coming up. But there's going to be specific courses, everything from how to swap, how to DCA, different strategies using these different shapes and formulas, and all you need to really get up to speed on how concentrated liquidity works. And again, we are open to feedback. And this is just, again, one of the boot camps. We're going to be hosting 2, 3, 4 a week, maybe more. And we hope you guys get the value and get a head start before HODL is on mainnet with real tokens. So in real yield, exactly.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your insights. We would also go learn on our own too. Thank you so much.
Muted. That's a good feedback, good improvements. We do have a contact us. You can kind of click become a contributor, and it will take you to a form. You can definitely use that as a feedback, but good idea. I think we do need that as for people can submit questions and stuff. So reminder that within our live app, so we have our live app, okay, where you can do swaps, you can do DCA, you can provide liquidity in those pools. We have a support desk here as well. You can just click here, support desk, open a ticket, or search for specific content as well, including the HODLMM. So if you have any questions regarding that, that is also available. You can just click support. So there's a bunch of articles there. And then if you do need help, you can just open a ticket and the team will help you out as well. So there's a bunch of HODLMM guides here as well. Early access, if you're testing the beta, there's a testing guide here for the beta. So yeah, it's all here. I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. And then from that point on, make sure you guys are following, and there's a lot of content coming, a lot of new boot camps as well. Peace is going to be hosting more. So this is just the beginning. You got Help Center here. DeFi terminology as well. I know we cover a lot. We said a lot of maybe new terms that you haven't heard about it. You got all of them here on the left. What are market makers? What are bins, right? All of that good stuff. And then you got the resources here. You got the Help Center here. The official links of the HODL beta, the home, the BitFlow socials, need any help. So yeah, I think the BFF Army, this is a good place to start. Appreciate it. Right on time, 6 p.m. Thank you everyone for joining, and stay tuned for more. We also have in Portuguese and Spanish, and if you want to contribute or collaborate, also contact us. We'll be open to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, and there you have it. That was our first BFF Army boot camp. a little bit lower turnout than the people that registered. So we got to get more of you guys exposed, but at least we have this on the live stream as well. It's out there for you guys to watch. And again, bff.army is where you get started on your journey to becoming a more advanced participant in the DeFi ecosystem. Peace, love, music. It's been a great show. I'm going to wrap the stream here at 6 p.m. We've been going since 7:30 a.m. You all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
The basics of what BitFlow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. How you can use BitFlow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. I'm trying to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Build Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on BitFlow, since most people don't know what BitFlow is since they're so new. So first, what is BitFlow? BitFlow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem or the Bitcoin blockchain. So BitFlow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin-pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stocks blockchain, like your main coin like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what BitFlow aims to solve is that BitFlow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So BitFlow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on BitFlow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in BitFlow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So BitFlow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then BitFlow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STX on the BitFlow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of BitFlow, why BitFlow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what BitFlow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So BitFlow allows people to do that with their SBTC, and Now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona out there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives I hope my screen is visible, that gives an AI the set of personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer, skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also, I'm going to add this for clarity, also with experience and would reward for photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com, and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in, and then I'm going to switch this to, sorry, Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask you to create an image of I said a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or 6 hands or 6 fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone on the so next it analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lighting of the image. I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings, that's also this. And then it gave me a final output. And it says here, this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Sims creative and unregistered AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use 2 different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this. And I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives us a kangaroo with humanoid feature that and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for trying this image.
Is it possible
Yeah.
to make the kangaroo like somehow more bit flowing, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um manage kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video, because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it talks about a more, a more better way, but I don't think it's about that. Let me check. Pixels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we've gotten. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what I'm thinking is one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what, sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So Mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is the best because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Arena. LM Arena basically allows you to create an image without any updating or try to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to also add the fact that this is the image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out our last prompted. So since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to be creating a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image This one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to us. So I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that. Upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric wave stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you post that on social media, just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it. There's a record of it, and I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the prompts with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
Oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is planned. Let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I'm still that. Wait, why does it say that? I think you should be taking interest. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord, and you will have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM Arena to see. Oh yeah, oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video, so we're going to try to use video to, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with acceleration aspect. And although this is just for show, it is not like a normal web prompt. You don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. You also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lighting, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work. Why? Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16 by 9, the image is cut in half. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI will be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSL Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like inputs to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 1:1. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of December or should I see I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on its flow. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 Flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, let's go there. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my Flow. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So, mind you, when you're working with Flow, you can let your imagination roll out because Flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around what, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with Flow. So now another perfect aspect of Flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and Flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload 2 different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like 2 distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to make this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So when my video is ready, I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like the put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access, so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of an error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. So, and then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do, and then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together, it makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like characters. Mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it, so it doesn't seem like it's, you know. So I'm now going to, you can also create image with flow, but that is less used on flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see using for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I say after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the comma there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are fighting with the silvers. But yeah, let's check this one out. And it's not too much. And then you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at Good. Okay, so seems like our the engine is connected. So I'm going to play this and see what. So this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's make a second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to. So there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Team Lane, what's up?
I have a question. So,
Yeah, ask.
when you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. Do you get? That's one of the uses of that's one of the use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing releasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Vinswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
Like I should have thought to put on my I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios, put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart? A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar, and that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building, and we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know. So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what do you guys want to see lately? I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
Yes. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And yeah, the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're not locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it, because again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. Yeah, but I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you, like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonding is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around, or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early.
Yes,
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks. This also, when you engage in this, does it every time make runes too? Like, do I actually have FactFun runes associated with my fact?
Yes, FactFun has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of, you know, the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for, you know, community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game of with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial you know, birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does Capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah, before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, you know, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by, you know, institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are, you know, chosen, etc. That yeah, this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over, I think, 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point. So there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users sometimes they play with less money than, you know, which makes sense because this is very volatile, then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC. And it only lasts 1 block, 1 Bitcoin block. And it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, you know, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, you know, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to if I log in, I can log in with my Lether or X1st wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network, and wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And
yeah.
So is that gonna, if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes if it's a Runes community, but currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run. It seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we
Yeah.
have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man.
least 10.
Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Lather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found. So, but Xverse should be pretty solid there. I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because as developers, sometimes you build and you break things, and then you have to come back and.
This is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah. So do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your Runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your Runes token into the capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your Runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Lather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these Runes tokens that I've etched, from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever a withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making the bridge or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my Runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule anchors on Bitcoin. So you will see this. You will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums. So it will show 70, 138. And then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums. And then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we already have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love the the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The
And you see,
orange frog.
my transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage, for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
So it's way cheaper to use. It's
Exactly.
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
right, I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxo Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested. That I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fac.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block, and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and
punch. I punch you while you're blocking? Ah, I got
you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like,
oh, sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. The cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add let's add some I don't know, pizza. And you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple. Right? It's just. But I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts. So 2 blocks and 2 punches. Because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, yes. I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, hey. I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. Lovable is very easy to use. Literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you
start in Lovable with basically, you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear, and then it asks you to like produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest?
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to show
it's a long
this
day.
deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I actually processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still
there you
waiting.
go. Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather?
Okay.
Went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. Like I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Like bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. But somebody new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
first time you do it. Yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money. You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green, from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here. And all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here. And as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast. And it reads your Bitcoin transaction, and it's going to say processing. And like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like if it's going to take, Bitcoin's never going to be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. It's that's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. That's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to
Oh, yeah.
let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really, really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this
Oh,
going
yeah.
to happen? So like, I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely, absolutely. No, it's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9. But if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys are
Yeah,
not.
if you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather, so Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically, I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam. The 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just. all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately. They're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, peace, love, music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here peace, love, music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, no, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSE.BTC wallet. Is for transparency, right? They can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
You know, once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. They do need to. We need to on ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game, and that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually the same. That's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right, or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android, and as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with